The House will come to order. Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate, Madam Speaker. I hereby announce that the Senate has concurred in and adopted the report of the Conference Committee on House File Number 3035, an act relating to state government, establishing the biennial budget for the Department of Employment and Economic Development. The message is signed Thomas S. Bodden, Secretary of the Senate. Conference Committee report on Senate File Number 3035, an act relating to state government establishing the biennial budget for the Department of Employment and Economic Development. The report is addressed to the Honorable Bobby Joe Champion, President of the Senate, the Honorable Melissa Hortman, Speaker of the House. We, the undersigned conferees for Senate File 3035, report that we've agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by 5 of the 5 members on the part of the Senate and 5 of the 5 members on the part of the House. Hassan moved that the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File Number 3035 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee.
I recognize the maker of the motion, the member from Hennepin, Representative Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It's with great honor that I stand here today talking about the Jobs and Economic Development and Labor Senate File 3035 coming back from the Senate after Conference Committee. This bill was great leaving us because it invests Minnesotans in the workforce, in small businesses, as well as protecting our labor. While there is some change to the Senate file that left this body, I just want to highlight the provisions that change in the economic development, and I will let my other chairs also explain what changed in their area in jobs and labor. We had great conference committee members. We had 4 chairs and a vice chair. I guess you can say this bill was nearly perfection because there was so much expertise sitting at the table. The first change is to the $500 million for the federal funds that we're calling Minnesota Forward Fund. While the House and the Senate and the governor had different language and provisions, here is what has been negotiated and agreed upon. $250 million for matching funds for the federal dollars under the CHIPS Act, $100 million matching for the Federal Inflation Reduction Act, $50 million to provide Minnesota businesses with matching funds required by various federal programs, $75 million to the state competitive account that was created earlier this year, and then $25 million to the Minnesota Climate Innovation Authority. And then the other major change in this bill is what we're calling the Promise Act, formerly known as the Empowering Enterprise. This is $125 million that we're spending to rebuild the cultural corridors in Minneapolis and St. Paul, as well as greater Minnesota that were impacted by the civil unrest. This appropriates $95 million for grants for small businesses and $30 million for loans. We're spending $15 million in the 6 initiative foundations in grants and $6 million in loans. $32 million through the NDC neighborhood development for businesses in North Minneapolis, $27 million for businesses on Lake Street, and then $20 million for businesses in University Avenue. And there are 3 tiers for this small business grants. Businesses that make less than $100,000 in annual revenue can receive a maximum grant of $10,000, and revenue between $100,000 to $350,000 can get a maximum grant of $25,000. This was, as I said, a great bill, and it came back even greater. We had wonderful conversations on how to invest in our communities across this great state. Many of the provisions here, you can say that of course, it funds Greater Minnesota, but it also funds members from both the economic development, whether they are from this side of the aisle or that side of the aisle, as well as the jobs and the labor committee. And with that, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to let the Chair of Labor to just explain what has changed in the labor provisions of this bill.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And there were just a few additions to the labor portion of the bill. The Senate, one of the biggest ones at the beginning was the Senate didn't take up the labor policy bill on their floor. We had passed it off the floor here. That was House File 1522, Senate File 1384. That was added to the bill. So the labor policy provisions were added to this bill. There's also, last session, there was a part of the bill was creating a lieutenants and above bargaining unit within the state patrol. There were some problems with the language as it was. The administration and the unions worked out the language so that they can create those bargaining units for the lieutenants and above, and so that was added to the bill after there was agreement from both the labor union, the MPPOA, and the administration, and we worked that out, and so we added to the bill. The Senate, in their bill that we took from their bill, they had the non-compete clause in there, and they had the duty to defend language in their bill, and we accepted that in Congress. They also have the Women's Economic Security Act in their bill. We accepted that in conference. The biggest addition to the bill was House File 19, the Earn Sick and Save Time, that we passed off our floor, and it's sitting in their Finance Committee, and it was added to our bill. Otherwise, this is a great bill going off our floor, and it's an even better bill coming back. And with that, I think we let Representative Zhang, Chair Zhang, explain his part of the bill.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Zhang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We didn't do much changes on the workforce bill, but I will just do a high-level highlight of some of the changes that we either accepted in the Senate or changed the amount. So the targeted population in the House, we had 60 million, but in agreement we came down to 50, so cut down about 10 million. Then we added the Boys and Girls Club of Central Minnesota in there, which was not in the House, but we did hear it in the House. The Owatonna Learn to Earn, we also added that, and also added the Hmong Chamber of Commerce, changed the funding from general fund to the Workforce Development Fund. We also added some languages from the Senate, the Black Women's Health Alliance, the bill just on the backside, which is the bill for first responders and law enforcement, which I believe was also included in the judiciary bill that we heard yesterday. And then we also added back some bills, including the FRAIL, Minnesota CPAD, Roots Connect, and the Southeast Simulation Center for Representative Liebling, the Minnesota Association of Black Lawyers, and the POP-LI onto the bill. Overall, it's a good workforce bill. I know that there were some losses that we had in there, but I still believe at the end of the day that this is a bill that will bring in many changes to our workforce, and looking forward to a conversation with all of you today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion on the motion to adopt. I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would make a motion to refer this back, or refuse to adopt, and request a roll call.
Representative Nash has made a motion to refuse to adopt and has requested a roll call vote. There is a motion at the desk. The clerk will read the motion.
Nash moves that the House refuse to adopt the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File number 3035, and that the bill be returned to the Conference Committee.
Discussion on the motion to refuse to adopt. Representative Nash, to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to Chair Hassan as you were doing your introduction, and something caught my attention. You said that the conference committee was 4 chairs and a vice chair. And what that means is that there was not a member of the minority, because none of us are chairs and none of us are vice chairs. And I understand that I don't know if this is a transformational bill or whatever that is, but what I know from having myself served on a conference committee as the minority member is that I was included, the voice of the minority was heard, and my vote as Chair Cleavorn, and she's absent because I like to give her credit. I said, Representative Cleavorn, neither my vote nor my voice matter. And she goes, Jim, that's not true. Your voice matters. And yes, your vote does not, because you're horribly outnumbered 9-1. But 4 chairs and a vice chair means that nobody from our side was included on the conference committee at all. Now, here's what I know about a couple of the things that are in this bill that become problematic for its passage. And I think, if I read it correctly as I was doing some research, that the sick and safe provision is in this bill, but the Senate, and I couch these words carefully, the Senate in its infinite wisdom, and don't tell them that I said that if you would, because that just goes to their head, but the Senate in their infinite wisdom stripped out the rulemaking. So the Earned Sick and Safe Time bill, that it requires the rulemaking in order for it to become law and work, those rulemaking provisions were stripped out in the Senate, so this bill itself can't work because you need the rulemaking. And Mr. Speaker, I believe the author of that is my friend, Representative Olson, and it's hard to keep this all track, but I think she just nodded at me. If she would yield to a question, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Olson will yield to a question. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chair Olson, I have always appreciated how you let the minority have our voice in Ways and Means. That's always much appreciated. But my question is, the description that I just gave of the required rulemaking for your bill to actually be able to operate on its own and have that rulemaking to get it up off the ground, is that indeed not present in this bill?
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nash, so we took out the rulemaking, you are correct, in conference committee. And so we took out, after speaking with DLI, and you know this better than anybody too, because we've been here and we spent 8 hours on this bill on the House floor, that bill, as I've carried it the last 4 years, it got we worked on it so much that there really wasn't much rulemaking left for Dolly to do, actually. And so they were fine with taking it out because the bill is so prescriptive that so much is already dictated by the bill. So taking out the rulemaking in conference committee still makes the bill work.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And a little levity, when you say that most of the rulemaking is done, reminds me of one of my favorite movies, The Princess Bride. So mostly okay means that it's still partly not. So you're going to need some rulemaking to get that off the ground. But, I do have some concerns on this. I think some of our other members are going to have some concerns as well because, once again, excuse me, I think one of the principal concerns that you'll hear from our side, and Chair Cleavorn is now back on the floor. Chair Cleavorn, I was sharing how you corrected me in committee when we first started when I said that, I'm glad to be here, but neither my vote nor my voice matter, and you did correct me, and you said, your voice does matter, but you're quite correct that your vote does not. 9-1 says otherwise, but what we didn't have here in this conference committee, because we did hear that it was 4 chairs and a vice chair, is there's no voice of the minority, and that's regrettable. And I think that when I talk to people, and I talk to school kids, what did I have? I think I had 6 groups of school kids here the other day. I think 6. The chief clerk is nodding at me. He thinks that may be right. And what I try to convey to them here, and I actually had Representative Bonner come up and talk, that we do get along here. We do get along on a lot of things, and we try very hard to work on process. This is not one of those cases. This is one of those cases where process was circumvented, and you have 4 chairs and a vice chair. And I just don't know that this is something that we want to put our vote on and send out of this place and become law before the voice of the minority becomes at least somewhat represented. So I think that we should have a full-throated conversation on this. I would urge us not to adopt. I do believe that there are some other folks that have a few words to say, and if they don't, I'll may just rise and get recognized again, Mr. Speaker. But I would urge you to vote not to adopt. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to refuse to adopt. I recognize the member from Sherburne, Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support Representative Nash's move to not adopt, and in part, kind of like Representative Nash just said, he obviously was very fond of how the Chair Claiborne ran her committee. I was very fond of how Chair Nelson ran his. We didn't have a voice in this conference committee, number one, and I believe that Chair Nelson was really fighting for Rep. McDonald, myself, or Isaac Schultz here to be on that committee. I'm pretty sure he was. For those of you who don't know, I'm the only Republican that got the most things passed through unanimously in labor. Unfortunately, it was just the minutes. But I would truly support sending this back so we can iron out some of this stuff and do it in a far better public manner. As I said, Chair Nelson was very, very good with giving us time for questions. He was very good with public testimony. He ran a very good committee. It was actually one of my favorite this year, which I only had two. So, but I got to believe that we can certainly do this better. We can do it with more public presence, and this seems to be a repetitive thing that we're having this year with a lot of these, and the fact that we did not have any Republicans on this committee, and there's some pretty impactful bills in this omnibus bill. It's going to have a great impact on many of us, and I think that the public should have the right to hear all this. We should certainly have a voice, whether you're going to take it for what it's worth or not. But for those of us that will be directly impacted in our field, this is very, very important. And for that, I would encourage to support sending it back to the conference. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to refuse to adopt the conference committee report for Senate File 3035. I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a discussion that we've seemed to have actually kind of throughout session. But in reference to the conference committees, I would get some emails. I was not a conferee, but I tried to follow this as the lead of the economic development portion of the bill. I would get some emails from the Senate, but I wouldn't get emails from the House of when the House had the gavel. I did not get any much notice. I had my legislative assistant, add the committees to my schedule when she was notified, or as best she could follow the calendar. And it was frustrating because sometimes I would get an email from the Senate, but not from the House, saying that there's a meeting, 9 o'clock. One of the times, I think it was a Saturday, or we were at home. And so I tried to punch in, and I'm watching, and there's nothing. It's called the chair. There was no communication, and that's not a good process for if members have a hard time paying attention, understanding the committee area that you've been assigned to. How can the public or the stakeholders be well informed unless maybe stakeholders that you like are notified, but those that maybe have concerns with the bill, maybe they can't follow. And so that's why the process is important, and we spent a lot of time on that last Thursday and Friday and Saturday morning. And it matters. Because I don't think you're that embarrassed about the bill. There's certainly parts of it that you really should be embarrassed about. But you have the votes to win, and I appreciate Chair Hassan. We met early on before session even started. And I think she ran a good committee from the economic development point, but we had a little discussion. We know that the votes rest with the majority to pass what you want. But she gave us an opportunity to properly have a conversation about concerns that we might have or questions to better understand the provisions that were coming forward. But at the end of the day, we all understood, as long as we have good communication back and forth, understand what's in the bill, what's being asked, that the bill will pass out of committee. And I respect her for that, because I wasn't sure how the committee would operate that well this year. And she did a great job on some of bills. And some of the bills that came through were controversial. Some of the bills came through and our members had concerns about it. And we raised them, and the authors adjusted their bills, made them a little stronger, especially with reporting and accountability on a lot of the grants that we wouldn't offer to give the grant. We wouldn't support the grants, but at least we made the language better so that we can have some reporting after the grant process is over of if they actually created jobs, if there were actually new businesses opened, how long the businesses stayed open, how much economic activity was produced. And so some of the suggestions that we had weren't just to throw sand in the gears, and it made the process better. And some of the provisions in here are better, even though I still wouldn't support them outright. I think there's better uses of the funds that the taxpayers have entrusted us to. But the point is that we had good communication, and this conference committee, there was no Republicans. But worse, we weren't notified and kept appraised of the process that this bill went through in conference. And in fact, I'm not just making this up or doing a tap dance here. In fact, the process was so in the dark of night that yesterday when the Senate took up this bill, they realized, and after a long, long debate, you didn't follow the process. With one-party rule, you move things so quickly that the joint rules were broken and the bill needed to be sent back. And the only reason we know that is because it happened to be discovered in the Senate chamber during debate. And so that should indicate to you, just that fact alone, that it was not a clear, transparent process. When you work in the dark of night, behind closed doors, break open meeting rules. I don't know that that was the case on this one, but we talked about the early childhood bill. We had a little confession on the House floor. It's important to have the good process and let the public have input. That's what our jobs are, to represent the public. And there's a lot of stakeholders that are involved in here, and that process was not followed well, and transparency was deemed not important. So, members, we need to send this bill back, and as you look further into the bill, it's called the Jobs Bill with economic development, some labor policy, workforce policy. But I think we're hurting more jobs in Minnesota when you actually finally get a chance to look into the bill, because it's full of mandates, mandates, mandates. We're hurting jobs on one side incredibly, putting a ton of pressure on our job providers, on our workers, our managers, our business owners, our family-owned businesses, and our biggest corporations. So it does more harm than to get more people back to work. I remember in committee we had a couple very small business owners come in. I'm not sure I would have agreed to provide grant money to this, but they're struggling to make ends meet, that they were behind on the rent and weren't able to keep up with it and lost their lease. I think that particular business had a lot of other problems operationally than just not being able to have money to pay the lease, and I don't know that it's the state's responsibility to ensure that leases payments are made. But all the other mandates that are in the bill make it harder for those types of businesses to get it right, to improve their systems, and to reach their dreams, provide for their family, to stay open. It's not easy. I don't know how many people in this chamber have small businesses or bigger businesses. I know that there's a few that are quite successful, and it's amazing when I talk to some of the members in this chamber. You get it. You have a number of retail outlets or manufacturing, some car washes, you name it. There's a lot of entrepreneurial spirit here, but it's not easy. And that's what the jobs bill sometimes should try to make it easier for businesses to succeed if you have a dream and you're willing to work hard. But what this bill, it doesn't make it easier. This bill favors unions at the expense of job creators. If you're going to be a union shop and have union workers, you get special treatment in this bill. And because of the bad process, some people didn't get input in the conference committee. Not just Republicans, although I took it upon my own responsibility to track this conference committee the best I could. But it wasn't easy for a legislator that's been here for his 9th session. I can't imagine what somebody that had an interest or tried to follow provisions in this bill, it was nearly impossible for them. And we're talking specifically about House File 3035, but almost on every single bill, budget bill, there was no need to be kind of deceivious. Let the public know. It's not that big of a deal. And we saw that in some of the committees too. You didn't like our questions, so we're just going to shut it down. You don't want to answer questions about your bill, we're not going to do a walkthrough. We're just going to go straight to amendments and not really tell you what the bill does. There's a specific bill that I'm talking about. If you watched Alpha News, you might have seen me get a little excited about it, because that's not the right process that we should do. It's not right to do to each other. It's bad for the policy that we pass, but it's also really bad for the public that's trying to follow and understand, because we all know that the bills are a little bit, they're not cut and dry. They're a little bit more detailed and nuanced than what you might think. So we're spending a lot of money in this bill, but we're still not addressing one of the biggest workforce shortages that we have, one of the most important areas that we could have workers that we're blessed to answer the call to do nursing home care. 50,000, 53,000 workers shortage in that area. And this bill does nothing to address that. So members, I think it would be real easy to send this back. And we had that discussion last week, so I kind of was hoping that the rest of the conference committees, as we work through the end of session here, would take the time, have an open, honest conference committee. It took a while, but on the early education bill, Chair Pinto actually decided, yes, it's not that big of a deal to go back, reopen the conference committee, walk through the bill, make sure that any questions or concerns are addressed in the public, in the light of day, and then bring it back to the floor. I was hoping when we had that long, brutal, drawn out, challenging, aggravating House floor debates, just on that one bill, took up a lot of time. I was hoping that the majority would say, hey, look, they're right. We do need to have good process here. And that the rest of your bills would follow a similar process henceforward. And so members, I would ask for a green vote to refuse to adopt. Let's go back, do one. We could do it tonight. We could do it tonight. We could recess. Quick call conference committee for an hour or two. Be transparent about it, and we could still get the bill passed, I bet, by midnight. So mark my words here. It's not even 7 o'clock yet, and we could pass this by midnight. But I'm going to suspect that if we don't, we're going to be here well past midnight. And so members, let's just do the right process. You have the votes at the end, but the process matters. It's important to the public that's watching. It's important to our job creators that work just as hard as we do. But they do it all year long, not just during the 5 months of session that we're here, putting 12, 18-hour days in. It's do the right thing for them so that they can understand and weigh in on the mandates and the pain that you're going to inflict on them later. And so members, please vote to refuse to adopt this conference committee report.
Further discussion on the motion to refuse to adopt the conference committee report for Senate File 3035. I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a great motion to send this back to conference committee where we can take the input of more Minnesotans and specifically the other 48% of Minnesotans that were unrepresented in this conference committee report. But I must say, members, I'm not surprised. I am not surprised or shocked with the contents of this bill, somewhat made worse by this conference committee report, because throughout session there's been a number of provisions, some that were heard, some that were not, some that took zero input from anybody with an opposing idea to some of these provisions. And that's concerning to me. Further, there are several different provisions that should have taken the input, been heard in a committee, because these are new ideas that impact job creators across this state. But there's little humility from the DFL majority in this state as it relates to our job creators in this state, the way that they go to work, and actually working with them. The Department of Labor and Industry should work with job creators to ensure that they want to make further investments in this state. But several provisions didn't take their input at all. No bill hearings, no input, no witness testimony, no public testimony. And what's interesting is somehow, someone amidst the conference committee that had only one side of the aisle represented, there were changes made to things that previously the chair has said, oh, this is perfect. This is perfect. We have all the input we need. This has been studied enough. Oh, and by the way, we're talking about ergonomics. I'm sure that Chair Nelson could have figured that out by now. But to just say that took no input from employers. No input, zero input. And when it left this floor, the enactment date was November 1st, and now in the bill it's changed to January 1st. So for that, Chair Nelson, thank you. I assume that was your provision and your amendment. But you assured this body that, oh, this meets the standard. Well, the truth of the matter is, again, on ergonomics, members, but that took zero public input. And only that of the agency was heard in testimony. No workers, by the way, had testified to that effect during the entirety of the Labor Committee. So how do we know? How do we know that this conference committee report is actually going to meet the needs of the workers or the job creators? Or is this only going to be a heavy-handed burden of government upon job creators from hospitals to nursing homes, from warehouse distribution centers to food processing, meat packing facilities, when nobody had any input on it? Nobody. I raise this tonight because this conference committee had zero Republican input. This provision that impacts so many people took zero input from workers and was based upon a study from 10 years ago. But it's going to be implemented prior to the time that this legislative body comes back in 2024. So we're just supposed to trust. We're just supposed to trust the agency that they're going to do right. by job creators and more specifically workers. But if there's one thing that I heard this year in the Labor and Industry Committee, it's that the department and the administration has failed to protect Minnesota workers. We heard it countless times, committee hearing after committee hearing, that the administration, that the agency wasn't protecting workers. And when concerns were raised by workers, Mr. Speaker, the agency failed to investigate. The agency failed. They failed at protecting Minnesota's workers. Workers in distribution centers, workers in meatpacking and agriculture processing facilities across this state. And now we have a standard, an ergonomic standard that had no public input, that took no workers' input. And somehow we're supposed to believe that a one-sided conference committee that had no input from the other side of the aisle is going to serve workers well in this state.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Demuth, state your point of order.
Thank you. Section 61 in Mason's interruption of members speaking. We have quite a few friends outside in the rotunda, and it sounds like they're loud. Each time the door of the chamber, the main door, is open, it is very difficult for members in the chamber to be able to hear our member that has the floor. Could you please address that with the Sergeant of Arms and maintain the ability to hear within the chamber?
We will do that, Representative Demuth. Thank you. Representative Schultz, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Demuth. But to remember that the administration failed to protect Minnesota workers. For those of you at home, for those of you who go to work with some of our largest employers, your voices have not been heard. The Department of Labor and Industry has not heard you. They have not taken action. They have not protected Minnesota's workers. So it's important in this body, this legislature, that we hear the voices of Minnesotans, that we take testimony, that we hear from job creators and employees, and make sure that we are not creating a stranglehold of government that limits investment from job creators, private job creators in this state. Found throughout this bill as it relates to provisions on labor and industry, the heavy hand of government will smite job creation. Because we couldn't have just an ounce of humility to hear a voice of a dissenting opinion. Not that you had to take it, but you didn't even hear it. That's why we rise tonight to refuse to adopt this conference committee report, because the voices of 48% of Minnesotans were not heard. There's a provision in here that probably deserved more debate when it first passed this body around adult-sized changing facilities and the updates to the state code. And I hope we get into that tonight. But know that there hasn't been enough humility brought about the conversation on our state's building code for adult-sized changing facilities. Then, members, this is a perfect example of why this should go back to conference committee. Article 10, the general liability in construction section, that didn't seek to find consensus, but instead took one side of an argument that shouldn't be done within the halls of this Capitol and shoved one side at the other, saying that if you're a subcontractor, that frankly, soon you're going to be found out of work. And all jobs and construction jobs are going to be siloed within general contractors. Because apparently small business is bad in Minnesota. But we couldn't seek to find agreement on that. And it was just my way or the highway. And there's a lot of highway found in this bill. Then, if there's anything this bill should be doing, should be helping support our nursing homes and our aging community. But instead, we want to add more government, make it more difficult for nursing homes in our state. And instead of maintaining the authority and the responsibility over caring for our seniors here at the legislature, we just want to abdicate that. Hand that over to an unelected board appointed by someone who doesn't do well at representing the whole of the state. The Nursing Home Workforce Standards Board shouldn't be in this bill and will not do well to serve the needs of our aging community. This legislature has failed to prioritizing supporting our seniors, whether fully eliminating the tax on Social Security income or whether supporting our nursing homes. That's what this bill should do. But instead, we don't want to have that authority or responsibility at the legislature. We need to hand it over to an unelected board that's less accountable and does not have the standards of our seniors front of mind. And then there's the Amazon quota bill, but it's not targeted at Amazon. It's the dozens upon dozens upon dozens of other distribution centers across the state, not named Amazon, who will bear the brunt of the heavy hand of government. Somehow, at a time because of rampant inflation, as our state is already seeing a lack of investment, we have a bill and a conference report in front of us that says, if you have a distribution center, don't come here. Don't make your home in Minnesota, but instead, go anywhere else around us. That's not to mention the people that we have here today who are just easily going to say the cost of doing business in any neighboring state is a better place to employ people and support family-sustaining jobs. I'm not sure if you've heard, members, but inflation is coming home to roost here in Minnesota. Investors in our most major cities and across the entire economy have already signaled that they're not making new investment in our state. The funny thing is, it's not just big business who's hurt by this, but it's our youngest workers just graduating from school in a trade who won't be able to go to work building on the investments that job creators should be making in our state. Because of what? A regulatory environment that doesn't encourage investment. That's at the heart of this. This bill could be made so much better by taking the input of those who you disagree, adding a little bit of humility. But in this body, this legislative session, Mr. Speaker, the decision has consistently been government knows best. And we need to grow government, intrude more into people's lives. And in fact, government needs a heavier hand in local school boards. This bill, members, that we will debate this evening, unless we send it back to conference committee, this bill strips managerial authority of school boards and hands it to the teachers union. Why should I be surprised? Why should Minnesotans be surprised? This is a pattern, members. Any job creator, whether in government, a school district, whether a warehouse distribution center, a nursing home, a meat processing facility, or any small business in this state, is going to have the heavy hand of government strangle further investment and send those jobs to neighboring states. We are not advancing freedom and prosperity and the free market that can benefit our Minnesota workers. It's disappointing. Instead, as the DFL majority continues to attack job creators and send them to other states, this DFL majority, who couldn't find it fit to have one Republican, one dissenting voice at the conference committee, they protected bureaucrats. Found within this conference committee report says that if the politicians of the state of Minnesota cannot come to an agreement by July 1st of any year, the bureaucrats still get paid. In the case of government shutdowns, when politicians can't get their work done, the people who work in state agencies get paid. Oh, and by the way, those state agencies and our state government is seeing a 40% increase in spending this session. 43% increase. Thank you. New numbers. We might get there. Over a 40% increase in state spending in one budget cycle. Is that what you campaigned on? Is that what we campaigned on? You know what? My question to the members of this body are, where are the tax cuts? Where's the elimination of...
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Representative Lee, state your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Will you please remind the body what is the question before us?
Representative Lee, we are under discussion of Representative Nash's motion that the House refuse to adopt the report of the conference committee on Senate file number 3035 and that the bill be returned to the conference committee.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Koznick, please state your point of order.
In Mason's here, it is not proper to interrupt the speaker while they have the floor for frivolous reasons. Could you remind the body that that is not tolerated and not allowed under the rules?
Representative Schultz, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is especially pertinent to understand what this legislature is doing to job creators across this state. Small businesses, medium-sized businesses, and the largest job creators of this state will flee because of policies found within this conference committee report, all while state government enriches itself. A $500 million expansion of a state office building for politicians to go along with a 40% increase in the state budget, all while Minnesotans have yet to see tax cuts, all while they have failed to see anything to benefit family budgets in this state. But instead, let's chase the job creators outside of this state and send them to South Dakota, North Dakota, Wisconsin, and Iowa, or investments in other states, because we are creating a regulatory environment that says no to job creation. That's so much of what this conference committee report does, because Republicans and anyone with a dissenting opinion was not at the table. Mr. Speaker and members, we have an opportunity to send this bill back to conference committee. The Speaker can send some more Republican members to this committee, because there haven't been any. And the result of that is a policy that hasn't taken input from the public, and a policy that hinders job creation at a time of record inflation, where family budgets are being hit. The state government is the benefit of a 43% increase in state spending in one budget cycle. From $52 billion budget in the last biennium to over $70 billion, maybe 72. But the thing of it is, Mr. Speaker, that a conference committee report like this is going to hurt the taxpayers of Minnesota. The taxpayers of Minnesota who have yet to see 1 ounce of tax relief, even while members of this body, elected across this state, campaigned upon returning the budget surplus to Minnesota families. The Minnesota families most in need because of crazy inflation brought on by too much government spending. Too much government in the lives of Minnesotans. Too much government stopping private investment in this state. That's what's before us right now. The chance to send this conference committee report back and really deliver upon what Minnesotans need. A regulatory environment of humility that respects job creators across the spectrum and says, we, state government, doesn't want to be this heavy hand upon taxpayers. That, members, should be our priority. So join me in voting to refuse to adopt this conference committee report and deliver for the people of Minnesota by cutting their taxes and making life more affordable, something that this legislature should really be prioritizing.
Further discussion on the motion to refuse to adopt. I recognize the member from Candy Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I can't do nearly the great work that Representative Schultz does, and I'm not that qualified. But I just wanted to stand and support the motion to re-refer it, and I know that it is sort of a meaningless move, but I know that the members that I've worked with on that side of the aisle over my last 8 or 9 years here has given me a new perspective on things this year. You know, I came here in 2015 when I ran before because I was really afraid when the trifecta was here in 2013 and 14. I did freak out. I did get scared because I actually had customers in my restaurants at that time leaving the state of Minnesota because they saw this 4th tier income bracket come then. And it's, you know, it was my fear then that, my gosh, we can't do this in Minnesota. We literally don't need to do this. And the last 8 years of my time here has been balanced. I don't know what it's like to have the full control of the bodies and the whole state of Minnesota and what that could look like. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure that it'd be the easiest thing to do because there's a heck of a lot of responsibility. There is more responsibility with that than there is to fight back and forth and know that someday you're going to compromise, but someday you're going to pass something. But usually it's some compromise along the way. And what we've seen this year, obviously, is it's a horrific year for our residents and citizens and successful Minnesotans that invest everything they got into farming and businesses and small businesses, big businesses, manufacturing, just everything. And they pour their life savings because Minnesota has been a great state to raise families, to enjoy the outdoors, to do so many things. And I guess what disappoints me is why we're having this expanded conversation, not on just passing the repassage here of this bill, but it's because you did it in such a slap-in-the-face way to members that really have wanted to work with you from day one here, and to not recognize the fact that many of us Republicans have been there to work with you, to offer amendments. Some of them are accepted, some of them are not. Most of them are not, actually, but we do really try to be sincere about our work here. And as a business owner myself, I came here again those 8 years ago to be a business-friendly member, a business-friendly contributor to ideas and things that make our Minnesota a better place to live. Because we still have to be competitive, members. We still have to compete with our bordering states. We still have to compete with energy costs around the country. And what is happening this year is so much of what we have done in a balanced manner has just been literally thrown out the door. You know, you're single-handedly, with the power that you have, literally rewriting my handbook and thousands of other businesses. You're doing the same thing too. And I was really proud of what I was offering my employees. And I think I'm a really good employer. I think I'm a fair employer. I think people respect me, and I hope they like me. But I think it's because they enjoy the respect I give back to them when I walk into a property and just love on them because they're doing the hard work of what it takes to run a business. And so, but the mandates this year, it isn't like they're the worst ideas, but it's how they're being done. You know, the earned sick and safe time. It's okay, we're going to force people to have sick time off. Again, not the worst idea. But again, why don't you have more collaboration with the businesses to kind of find a benefit to this that sort of comes in at the right time? How about the secure choice conversation we just had the other day about the forced retirement savings plan? Again, I have not been able to offer that because it hasn't been something that my team has wanted or asked for. They'd rather have another 50 cents, $1, $2 an hour in their wages because that's what they want. And then, of course, there's House File 2 with the paid family medical leave that we'll be talking more about probably tomorrow morning is my guess. But that is, again, it's a good idea, but it's a horrible process on how you want to execute paid family leave that should be given a good consideration in a private manner that was offered on the House floor just a week or two ago. But on top of all that, folks, we've got the staffing ratios. You know, the nurses have a really important message here, and they're throwing everything at them, at you guys because they can. And because they're represented by certain people, you have to do it, and you're going to do it because, by God, they helped you get here, so you better help them out. That's a problem. It's a problem, members, for our healthcare system. And if you can't see that, if you can't see what's recently happened with what appears to be a heck of a deal with Mayo getting carved out of a pretty big business mandate coming, I don't know how you can look at each other when you see these kind of special carve-outs coming. But you know what? My hospital wants that too. Central Care in my community, you think they're having an easy time of it? They're not. They're working so hard. The nurses, the maintenance crew, the front desk folks, the emergency, members, the doctors, everybody is working hard. There's nobody in the medical field right now that doesn't get anything easy. It's hard. But yet, everything is coming on us at one time. So all these things, earn sick and safe, paid family leave, secure choice, ratios, it's all coming at one time. I can't imagine what it's going to be like for some of you folks that have supported all of this stuff when you go home and start talking to business owners. Maybe you don't. Maybe that's why you don't get it. But holy Toledo, you're not going to get the whole welcoming parade situation like some of us get when they feel heard. What a slap in the face. And this is just another way of actually actually sticking it to us again by not putting one voice, one simple voice out of 5 members. The Speaker couldn't have one Republican sit on that committee, knowing it's not going to change one single thing. But I will tell you this, when I sit on the Human Services Committee right now with Representative Fisher and Chair Knorr, I feel heard. And I sometimes might say a few things that make them perk up and they might take an idea of mine, but I feel heard. And so thank you for that. I didn't vote for the bill, but I certainly want to make it better so when we bring it back to the House floor, I want to give us something that we can actually try to work on. But to not even have one of us at the table is shameful. That is an embarrassment. And I hope you understand what I'm saying is just you should feel that way. And if you don't, you should check yourself into making sure you ought to be here next time. Because this is supposed to be bipartisan work. And when the first couple of years that I got here, I thought for the first time I need to start working on my relationship with all my members. And it really paid off for me, because again, 2 terms later, I really needed my colleagues on the other side's help to get some things done. And we worked really, really well together in a balanced way. It was a Republican Senate, it was a House GOP, House DFL, and I needed to work together. And we got a lot of stuff done. And I thought, okay, I don't like being in the minority, but this is okay when you have relationships built. Well, members, you're not doing it so well this year. The new freshmen that are there, I don't think you have any idea how important it is to work on this side of the aisle, to actually recommend to your leadership, hey, we ought to just put somebody on that conference committee. If nothing else, for the theater. If nothing else, it's a visual. Because at least you get, you kind of cut out of the 20, 30, 45, hour and a half discussion about a refuse to adopt because we didn't have a voice at the table. So shame on you guys for that. There's just, again, there's more to talk about later this week. And again, I was hoping that one of the chairs, Chair Nelson, Hassan, or Chair Zhang, would have said to the Speaker at some point, hey, I think we ought to put one member on there. Pick one, I don't care. Pick somebody that was on the committee that worked hard. showed up at the conference meetings every single week. That committee process is really important. I think you ought to show the respect of what we did to be part of the team. But I tell you what, if we ever get control of this place, I would hope our leader would never, ever, ever leave a minority member off of a conference committee. That's just wrong. There's no reason to ever do that. I don't know, this session has been such a disappointment. The bipartisanship is so hard to do what you think you want to do, and this is just an example tonight of feeling like we just want to be heard, you know. We've said that before. We'll say it again. I want to make sure that you understand it's frustrating when you're not heard. It's frustrating when our business is at home and our people that risk everything they have to run a business, the liabilities, every time they open their doors, there's another liability. Somebody might fall and slip. Somebody might get hurt. There's a work comp claim. There's a customer who might actually didn't get hurt. I mean, these things actually happen, and it's frustrating. So, members, I just hope that you do the right thing and make sure that when we ask to be heard, at least show us the respect that we deserve to be here, so you don't just make us fight back harder. It doesn't have to be this hard. So, members, I appreciate you supporting the Nash motion, and let's do better. We can do better. Thank you.
Members, before I give the floor to the next speaker who has sought recognition, I would like to remind the body of two sections that govern us under Masons. Masons 101.1, debate must be confined to the question before the body. The question before the body is a motion to refuse to adopt a conference committee report. It is not other pieces of legislation. We're under a motion that Representative Nash brought forward to refuse to adopt the report of the conference committee on Senate File 3035. I will also remind the body of Masons 124.3 that it is not allowable to arraign the motives of a member. Members, please stick to the sections of Masons that govern our discussion. Further discussion on the motion to refuse to adopt. I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I'll try to keep my remarks really focused on this particular motion to refuse to adopt this really anti-jobs bill. It's unfortunate that this is the bill that's come forward after this process and probably is going to be adopted, but I hope it's not. And we could talk a lot. I mean, I'm sure we'll talk some more about the right way to set up conference committees and the importance of hearing from other voices, but I wanted to focus a little bit on a couple of concerns I have with the work product that's come here and why and how it came out of conference. And in particular, Article 6 in the bill, covenants not to compete, is a brand new provision that hasn't passed the House before. It's a bill that there was a bill Representative Elkins had moving that kind of stalled. It came before a couple of committees I was in, and Representative Elkins, the version you brought to the Commerce Committee was actually, I thought, a pretty decently balanced bill. But it's kind of weird that that version stalled in the House, and then a much less balanced bill, one that I don't think has really been vetted in the House, now plops into this conference committee report. So that's unfortunate, and it's unfortunate that that has come to the House, again, out of a conference committee that was entirely partisan, completely locked out the perspectives of anyone on the other side, including, it seems like, the perspectives of really any job creators, anyone who might be innovating, anyone who might be considering whether Minnesota is an innovative place, a place where innovative businesses will come, will start and thrive in Minnesota. And this is not a very well-crafted piece of legislation. I think it's important that we send it back to conference committee to either take this out, let it go through, or move as a standalone provision if we want to try to deal with issues in the non-compete space. But the way that this provision is written, and I'm speaking again as someone who's who's dealt with these issues as a both as a transactional attorney and as a litigator, trying to deal with covenants not to compete in different states. This is not a very good bill. It's not the right bill, and it certainly should not be just advancing through in the way that it is doing right here, where we didn't get this bill through the House committee process properly. It didn't pass the House. Something passed the Senate. I mean, I guess if we want to just outsource our work to the Senate, we can do that, but this provision needs to come through the House, and so I think we should send it back to the conference committee to take this out. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the PELRA provisions in this bill, and specifically what I wanted to talk about ties with the last discussion we had on the education bill. And there was a lot of discussion on the education bill about, I think about it as like, it reminds me of the book of Job, the trifecta giveth and the trifecta taketh away. I won't say the next line. I think that would be a little sacrilegious. I wouldn't bless the name of the trifecta in that way. But that's what we're doing to our schools. That's what we're doing to our schools. We're giving them money, and then we're taking it away. It's almost like your landlord coming to you and saying, "Hey, I'll give you $1,000 a month. Here's $1,000 a month. Oh, by the way, I'm raising your rent $1,500 a month." That's what we're doing to our school districts. That's what we're doing to our school districts on the education bill, and that's what we're doing to our school districts on this bill. And so the timing of this is actually kind of interesting. I'm a Anoka High School graduate. I wore my Anoka colors on my tie today. I knew we probably were going to take up education, so I thought that was kind of fun. I actually happen to have a big stack of Anoka High School graduation letters on my desk that I'm going through. And Anoka-Hennepin, almost my entire district is in the Anoka-Hennepin School District. And yesterday I got an email from the chair of the school board and the superintendent of Anoka-Hennepin School District. And they actually asked me to speak on this motion. They sent me an email that said, Anoka-Hennepin Schools respectfully request that this bill is sent back to the conference committee on the floor to eliminate this language. This is in the email I got from them at 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. The reason they said is that this bill, Senate File 3035, includes the PELRA provisions on terms and conditions of employment to include adult and student ratios, student to personnel ratios, and student testing, as well as the provision limiting inherent managerial rights to negotiate on personnel matters. And they thought it was important that we recognize that there are opportunities already to talk about these issues in PELRA. There's a meet and confer process, but they're concerned that these specific provisions, again, are going to hurt Anoka-Hennepin School District's ability to operate and to survive even under the funding increases that this supposed historic new funding increase that we have provided. And I'm glad to see Representative Stephenson is here in the chamber. I was hoping maybe some other members of the Anoka-Hennepin delegation would be here in the chamber to hear about the concerns of the Anoka-Hennepin School District about this problem. They said there are 3 key implications of these proposed modifications to the Anoka-Hennepin School District. The first is that the loss of employer managerial rights and removing the number of personnel is a matter of inherent managerial policy that they're not required to negotiate. They said there are financial implications of requiring collective bargaining class size and student testing and student to personnel ratio. And they said that adding only 1 teacher per building for the Anoka-Hennepin School District, 50 teachers or $3.5 million per year, that accounts to 1% on the formula. Just that issue is 1%. We can pat ourselves on the back for 4% and 2%, but just this one issue is taking away 1% of that on their on the formula. 80% of their budget is salaries and benefits, and 77% of that is for teachers and paras. They're already lean on administration, under 2.5%. The physical facility utilization is the third concern they have. The class sizes affect facility use, and lowering class size will result in the need for new facilities, which limits the capacity as a district to adapt and change to enrollment shifts. So members, it's maybe fortuitous or ironic that we're considering this bill immediately after we considered this, what was sold as this historic, transformational education bill. Again, I guess that's true if transformation includes disfigurement. I think that we're doing some pretty significant damage to our education system, both from the bill we just approved and from this bill as well. So on behalf of the Anoka-Hennepin School District, I second their request that we send this back to conference committee. And I encourage the rest of you, those of you who are in the Representative Newton, those of you who are in the Anoka-Hennepin School District delegation to join me in that. So please, yes, vote yes for the Nash motion. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to refuse to adopt. I recognize the member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker and members, I'm standing to support the motion to send back to the conference committee. Mandates, mandates, mandates. As a small business owner that lives near Freedom, South Dakota, okay, we are, and you've heard me say this before, you don't have to take my word for it. Representative Joy could also talk about it, Representative Kill, Representative Schumacher, Swede, Representative Sawicki could also talk about it. Up and down, if we go from Canada down to Iowa, we no longer have a community in Minnesota larger. Folks, people can't make money without jobs. And when you get rid of jobs, you get rid of families. When you get rid of families, then we get rid of the bedrock of our societies. I have, being a small business owner, and I know we have other small business owners in here on both sides of the aisle, it is not easy to work with customers, work with staff people, and then government. Reason we have to send this back is these mandates are so much of a burden. There are people who says, why put up with this? Why arm wrestle a bureaucrat in St. Paul that probably, unfortunately, has never created a single job? And I'm not saying nothing bad about them. I'm talking about they don't have no clue on how to create a job, how to put customers first, how to put staff people first. And you don't do it with mandates. We small business owners, if we don't treat our customers correctly, if we don't work with local and state government correctly and tell them go screw it, and work with our staff correctly, we're going to be out of business. You know, in the past, I served just one term. I know Representative Baker was on there, Representative Haley. I served one term on jobs. That was back, that was before COVID, the year before. And, you know, the chair at that time really, even though he was from Minneapolis, really made it an effort to make investments to create jobs. This bill doesn't create jobs. What it does is it creates mandates, mandates, mandates. That's why it's so important to send it back. We are doing this bill here does a phenomenal job of exporting jobs into the other states around us and into Canada, but especially North Dakota. Look at Fargo. I know Representative Joy could talk about this. Moorhead's roughly 50,000 and Fargo's 250,000. Excuse me, is there a reason? Is it because of climate? No. I mean, look at Breckenridge, Moorhead back in 1950, before my time. Breckenridge and Wahpeton, excuse me, Breckenridge, Wahpeton was the same size. I do 2 parades in Breckenridge, Wahpeton, June 3rd, and then the first Saturday in September. And we start in Breckenridge, and we go to Wahpeton. So literally, we do a parade in 2 states. We start in a more of a dominant government knows all state type of philosophy to a people know better state, North Dakota. And I don't say that as a joke because all you have to do is compare the main streets. That's all you have to do. Unfortunately, communities like the ones I live in, Browns Valley, Wheaton, Breckenridge, not because of lack of effort from the locals, but you have a state that's not partnering with local government. The state partnering with businesses. And excuse me, folks, Successful businesses have successful workers, which pays more money for taxes, which means you can provide more services. We've heard this several times, and I know probably on the other side of the aisle is getting tired of hearing this, but the facts tell it. There are times, and I shared this with Representative Pinto about a week ago. I'm a strong Minnesotan. I'm almost crazy Minnesota because I'm only half away from freedom, South Dakota. And I told Representative Pinto, it's time that I'm looking to go to South Dakota. It's hard to fight a government with people who don't understand how to run a business. And this bill shows it. This bill shows how to not run a business, or at least, how to chase out businesses, which you chase out job creators, which you chase out taxes, which that means in Traverse County, Wilkin County, Clay County, Polk County, Kitson County, up the border, that means people are going. East Grand Forks is smaller than Grand Forks, and so forth. And then this morning, I wasn't quite awake because, we had a fun late night last night. I got a text from my one of my nursing homes. Let's see if I can pull it up real quick. There you go. She said, here's her message. Tell the other side of the aisle they can keep their stuff. This nursing home workforce standards, they can keep it. I'm not going to say exactly what she said, but they can keep it. We'll just say that. Extremely frustrated because these nursing homes, and last week I had a run. No, it was the weekend before I had a run in our local Browns Valley Healthcare Center again. And you know what? There was only 2 people on staff that night. Guess what I was doing? I was helping the staff. We didn't have all the paperwork when we had a choking victim. They didn't have the paperwork ready for us ambulance. Did we wait for paperwork? Not when the patient's choking, and so forth. So she's extremely frustrated, and rightfully so. Nursing homes want to care for people. Government does not know best for job creators. Government does not know best for nursing homes. That's why we got to send this back. And you don't have to put me on it. You can put someone else on it, but someone who understands how to create jobs, because creating jobs is not like the bewitched days. You wiggle your nose. It don't work that way. It just doesn't work that way. And I think sometimes, unfortunately, have people, you're a business owner. You got to have a lot of money. No, you have a lot of debt. You work. I have a representative over here knows how many hours I put in just to make things work and so forth. And he complains to me all the time. Businesses is not the boogeyman for government. Businesses create jobs, hires families, grows communities, creates investments, which helps the state. Send this baby back and let's get it right. At least pull out the nursing home workforce standards. At least do one positive thing. Thank you, members.
Further discussion on the motion to refuse to adopt the Conference Committee report for Senate File 3035. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the big things for me was, talking to people on the campaign trail about the divide that we saw. And I feel like we're seeing it more and more, especially the last couple weeks, when people are left out of a conference committee. And when you're in a district like mine that's, pretty close to 50-50, people want you working together. They want you to bring in the other side. They want you to have those conversations. Sitting on the labor committee, we saw things like ergonomics at the last minute, covenants not to compete were thrown in. I hate to see that these were thrown in last minute without any, discussion, especially from our side of the aisle. I'm a small business owner myself. I represent, several businesses, work with the employees, and all they want is their voice being heard. And it's from both sides. The environment that we have right now is, we're losing innovative products. We're losing services from people that they're afraid. They're afraid to start a business here. And you know, that it doesn't surprise me. And again, if you're not even going to be included in a conference committee to have your voice be heard, you know, what is that going to do to help our workforce? What's that going to do to help our businesses? You know, we talked about enactment date. I think the commissioner for Dolly was in there talking about how they studied this for, you know, the ergonomics piece for years and years and years, but we think our job creators can implement it in 6 months. I mean, I think that's a little comical. I mean, if they studied it for years and they brought experts in, all this other stuff, and you've got these small businesses or these warehouses that, you know, we tried to pass bills for several years, instead of going and addressing that particular warehouse and addressing the issue and helping those workers right away, which we could have done, we didn't take that route. What does that do? That adds to the divide. It shows to me that we're really not caring about people, and we're really not showing the compassion that we should. You know, employers in Minnesota care about their employees because they know that they can't have a successful business without them. And employees in Minnesota know that employers are taking a risk to start something new, and so they work together. But from having a conference committee that doesn't balance that out, it just goes to show the environment isn't balanced. You know, there were several things in here I think we could have done to, you know, reduce wasteful litigation, and I'm sure, you know, somebody else may love to talk about that, but that's not going to be me. But one thing I tried to do on the committee was really have operational conversations, and I think with Chair Nelson, with Co-Chair Berg, I think they could appreciate some of that stuff. I would have been happy to serve on that committee. I would have been happy to have those conversations, and you know, I don't know if it was me, but you know, I was probably, you know, on this side of the aisle, voted with you guys a couple times on things. So I do have a level of frustration, and you know, we do have a high quality of life here in Minnesota. You know, we're paying for that, and I heard that a lot at the door. But I know from this bill, it's past the tipping point. And people are just going to say, what can we do? What can we do to either start a business, grow a business, or take a business somewhere else? I'm hoping you guys will give this chance to remove the divide, allow somebody from over here to sit on that committee, to bring some ideas. You know, I had a conversation with Chair Nelson on a Sunday. I appreciate him taking the time. You know, I always try to talk to people before I offer amendments to try to see if we can work something out. And you guys, that's all I'm asking right now. So I'm hoping we can refuse to adopt this and send it back. Thank you.
The member from Clay, Representative Joy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, this bill needs to go back to conference committee. Thank you, Representative Nash, for bringing this forward. We have to send it back. You know, being a business owner up there by close to that Fargo, North Dakota, and everything we are doing this year, I think, is destroying Minnesota. You know, Moorhead has a mall right now. And keep in mind, Minnesota does not have a clothing tax. North Dakota does. But guess what? That mall is closing at the end of this year. We won't have a mall in Moorhead. Fargo will have one. They got the big West Acres. This is what we're continuing to do when we do these mandates. When we force mandates, mandates, mandates. We're not creating jobs. The job creators in Minnesota this year are the Democrats with their policies created at the state level. That's what's happening. And you know what? Everybody that came down this year, I don't care what side of the aisle you're on, came to your office and said, guess what? I need help. We need people. We can't keep our businesses open. We ignore that and we create 400 new jobs for paid family. We're creating all these new jobs down here. We didn't listen to them. Supposedly we can create new jobs down here and we'll fill them. I don't see that happening. People are going to move. You know, like in my district, when we're across the river from North Dakota and the high earners income tax will be 2.5% personal income tax and our low is 5.35. I don't know which side of the aisle, what side of the river attracts people. I don't think it's Minnesota. You know, when will we figure out, you know, with the Democrats in full control this year, and every good bill they say they brought forward, every good bill, I would have brought it 1-to-1 on the floor because they would have won the votes anyway. Why put it in these huge bills? Why pad these? If everything that was wrote was good, bring it 1-on-1 on this floor and get it done fast. You guys have control of the whole trifecta. Last night during this debate we had last night, I wandered the halls. I went out there on that balcony that was open. I've never been out there. And ran into the person that sat in my seat for 22 years. 22 years. And I looked at him and I said, he goes, "How's it going, Jim?" I go, "You know, you told me a couple different things. Make friends. There's 40% new members down here. Make friends, get to know people, and work across the aisle." He done well working bipartisanship in my district. He asked me, "How's it going?" I go, "Well, it isn't bipartisanship. We're being silenced. We're not on these committees. We're not on conference committees." And he told me when he's been in for 22 years, always made sure there was people from both sides of the aisles in these conference committees. Not this year. When we get the trifecta, we silence people. You know what? I think the person that sat in my seat before was well respected at both sides of the aisles. I've heard stories. You know, I really think so. I mean, Greg Davis, he can be very stern, Representative Davis, but he said Mark Quade is very, very respected. You know, so you know what? What are we doing? You know, in my district, when I campaigned, held for, it's 30 years on the Senate side as a Democrat and 22 years on my side as a Democrat. What I heard in my district at the doors is, "Can you do bipartisan work, Jim? Can you get us through the middle? Not extreme one side, not extreme the other side." And I'm like, "I think so." Get down there, we got 40% new people. I'm like, "Okay, let's try to do this." Go to our orientations, go to our new members. We hear about work together, guys, work across the aisle. Okay, we'll try that. Well, that's not working. We see that here. You guys could have still got these conference reports through, even if you would have took one member of ours. You would have still got it. They wouldn't have got any amendments in because you would have overpowered them. I mean, I think about this, and yes, I'm from Rocks and Cows. I will say that. If I get in trouble, fine. But you know what? Then I heard in the campaign trail, one Minnesota. And I'm like, okay, is this one Minnesota? One big Minnesota. I guess the government wants to run all of our businesses, so yeah, it's one Minnesota. But really, it's one metro, it feels like to me. It feels like our voices are not get heard when you leave this area, when you leave the metro. We're being silenced. And, you know, the table will turn eventually in Minnesota. History has shown it. And I hope the new members and all of us on this side of the aisle are taking notes. And I hope we do not do this to the other side of the aisle. I hope we don't silence them. This is bipartisan work we should be doing down here. We are represented in Minnesota. Right now, North Dakota is looking at us going, I know representatives in North Dakota, and they are very surprised on how our legislation is this year. I mean, I still want to fast forward through this and get to next year and be like, okay, what's it going to look like? How many people leave? People will leave. You know, we talk about creating new jobs, bringing small employers in. How are you? When the small employers are trying to keep their doors open, they're trying to take care of the people that work for them, and they give them 50 cents, a dollar raise, whatever they give them. We're going to spend all that in new mandates because we got to have all these mandates. We got to have retirement. We got to have everything for them, forced from the state. Not an opt-in, not an opt-out, not a 30 employer less. It's a 1 employer less. Coming from the state level. I didn't get into legislation to go back and tell my district they're going to run how St. Paul needs to run. Let them make those choices. Paid family, I understand where you guys are going with this. But we need to sit down and look at this together. Bipartisan work again. Instead of saying one size fits all, I don't care if you're a cleaning business with 2 employees, good luck, have a good day. Oh, it's not that expensive. That might be the raise of the person next year. to overcome inflation. But that business isn't going to pass a raise on when they got to pay for all these mandates. The jobs are not being created. We're going to start cutting jobs. We don't have the people available here to fill the jobs. But you know what? Maybe we'll do all these mandates and we'll draw a bunch of people here because our income tax, oh no, that's not very good compared to North Dakota. In my district, we got, oh no, we don't have them all, we're losing them all. I mean, we'll draw them. I mean, somehow, because we got lots of lakes, I guess, you know, lots of regulations in Minnesota. Come on over, you know, let's do it. Great. We don't have mining no more. We're not going to pollute the ground. We're going to be great. Let's do it. What are we doing? I just don't understand. I honestly got in this legislation, had conversations with Senator Kent Eakin, know him well, Representative Marquardt, and had conversations with them. I was a mayor for 6 years, worked with those guys, worked close to them. And I even talked to them now. And I said, is this how the legislator goes? And they're saying, well, it's a little faster this year, Jim, than usual. I'm like, a little? This is a lot. This is what we're going to do. Create new mandates for employees and hope they build their businesses here. You know, and I look at this even to a point I explained to my kids the other day. And I said, if you're successful and are a young kid selling lemonade on the corner, and you become real successful and get a lot of lemonade stands and make a lot of money, don't do it. You're going to get taxed. Because if you ever sell that business, they're going to take that part of it too. I mean, this is what Minnesota's driving it to. Don't be successful. Just go to work every day, do your job. Don't be the employer so you don't have expenses on you. Hope you get a raise. This is what we do during inflation. More mandates on employers out there. I mean, nonprofits, we know enough. I don't have to go down that road. We know what happened. We know what happened with nonprofits and what's happened over the last few years. COVID was hard on businesses. You guys know that. I mean, everything we're doing this year, the public safety bill, everything, there was stuff in there that was good. There was stuff in there that's horrible. You guys have the control. One bill at a time, why didn't you bring it? Maybe you would have got some bipartisan work on there. You know, we're worried about gun control and everything like this. You don't think employers are worried about this? But what we're passing isn't going to change the criminal's mind. Not at all. I just have yet to hit me when I read through these and look and say, this will be good. This isn't good. You know, Minnesota continues, and maybe there's a state we're going to see an influx from. I don't know. Maybe it's coming. Maybe it's coming from Iowa, South Dakota. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. Representative Backer talked about his area. I mean, he's closer to South Dakota than I am to North Dakota. I lived in North Dakota. I'm back in Minnesota. I'm proud. I lived in South Dakota. I'm back here. But I don't know if our goal is to just push everybody out and we'll figure it out in the curtails or what we're doing here. I haven't wrapped my head around it yet. You know, I don't know how many more mandates or what we're expecting in the workplace. When I hear from people back in my district, the question is every time they see me when I make it home for a few days or a weekend, how's it going, Jim? I want to say, we're doing bipartisan work, we're getting things done, that's going to be good. I don't. And I think my senator sat on this conference committee. And it's going to be great when me and him get to sit at meetings and talk about this. And I get to explain to people. He heard a voice. I didn't, but these are mandates for you. And he sat at another committee with me with 64 employers, large employers and small, that said stop paid family. Will he vote with his caucus or will he vote with his constituents? Well, we see which way he's voting with that. I mean, again, how are we going to figure this out? You know, I know the Democrats really don't care. They got the trifecta. And in 2 years, if we ever get a chance to get it back, they're going to turn around and they're going to be like, oh, can we get on that conference committee? You know, hopefully our leader will let them. You know, I would respect that we will, because that's how we look at it, bipartisanship. It does not hurt having you guys bringing this back, bringing one person on there, just one person on that conference committee, one person, to say you had bipartisan work. I am just appalled this year with the way the politics has worked down here. You know, and I haven't been big with lobbyists. Lobbyists are even surprised this year with how some of this is going. I mean, it shouldn't, it's, for new members, we should be like, oh yeah, this works great. This is how we're going through. In committees, we were told to hurry up, get through, we got 2 minutes, we don't have enough time for your things. I mean, rush, 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 because we got a trifecta and we got to get this all done. And we got to get this done fast. How about we just slow the roll, get back, listen to people outside of this area, metro, all around Minnesota, in my district. You know, when does Minnesota get on the scale that we're going to be competitive with other states? Instead of saying, you know what, we'll just raise taxes, we'll do everything, and people will still come here. It's going to be great. Last weekend, I was driving back and forth on Highway 10, Detroit Lakes to Fargo. And on Sunday, when I was driving back down to the cities on Highway 10 I always take, I was surprised the number of North Dakota plates I saw heading back to North Dakota. All those taxpayers are not staying here. They have places over, but they go back to North Dakota. That's what we have. We don't have people to fill our gaps, fill our jobs. When are we going to wake up and get people to fill these jobs? That side of the aisle heard about it. We carve out. When Mayo raises their voice, carve it out. We got to help them. You know, who should we help next? This is what we do. Anybody else, raise your hand if you need help. We can help you. I mean, this is what we do. I mean, apparently, I read that thing about Mayo, and I'm like, wow, what's going to happen there? That's going to be interesting. Fixed it. Carve it out. We'll take care of them. Who's next? I mean, that's how we're going to run our politics? Outside of conference committees. Thank you, Representative. And, you know, hey, guys, I don't want to be in paid family. My little store, can I get out? I mean, I'm going to ask. I know Mayo asked. Can I ask? I know it's not as big as money, but I probably won't get it. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I'll have a conversation with Marquardt. Maybe he can help me a little bit. He said there's bipartisan work going on down here. I haven't seen it yet. You know, I could sit here and go on and on all night, and I think we continue to see this. And I just asked, send this back. You did it for my friend, Representative Daniels back there. Great. He had 6 amendments, they didn't get heard. Still the same results for you guys. But you know what? Now you can say we took them and we took that back to conference committee. We did bipartisan work. We listened to his 6 amendments, but we didn't get them passed. But you know what? We worked. We did well with that. Now here we come tonight, Groundhog's Day. Oh, nobody on these conference committees that are on our side of the aisle. Not again. You know, not again, Jim. Nope. Take it back. You guys are still going to get the same results. When you don't do this, I know you guys sit there and look at the clock and go, geez, are they ever going to shut up? We're only on right now, we're on the adoption. To adopt. Here's the problem. When you don't put us in as a voice, we're going to delay the clock. We're going to do it all night long. I live down here now. I have to stay down here because I can't drive home. It's 3.5 hours. I have nothing else to do. I mean, come on. Let's get back. Let's send this back. Let's create jobs. Let's quit forcing things down. Let's not benefit the nonprofits anymore because we know that doesn't turn out good for us. You know, we still have other questions out there. Nursing homes are closing. You know, we worked on a homeless bill, a great homeless bill, all together. Let's get homeless funded. Let's build a shelter so they got a place to be. I took that in another thought the other day, and I thought, okay, wait a minute. So we have nursing homes that are built for people to be in and retired people to eventually move to. But we're not going to fund them, so they're going to close. So we're going to create a homeless section there too, because they won't have nowhere to go. And we cannot have any more come in. We have to run a half nursing home in my district because we don't have staff, we don't have nothing. I guess this is how Minnesota thinks is the best way to spend their money, with a surplus of $17.5 billion. That's another question. People come up to me, Jim, rebate checks, Social Security, how's it looking? I go, well, you're going to get a big rebate check, $275. Wait a minute, we were told $1,000. I said, no, that's changed. What about Social Security? Well, there's Social Security elimination possibly coming, but it's capped. Capped for who? The successful lemonade stand guy that sold? That's who it's capped for, because he made too much money selling lemonade and he became successful. Shame on him. 10 years old selling on the corner of the street, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, he got this big operation. He's being punished now on Social Security tax because he was successful. Why would you want to take your business in Minnesota and become successful? So you can get capped in your Social Security. Great job. Great story to tell when you're older. I mean, what are we doing down here? How about we change some of these thought process, focus on what's in front of us. You guys have done education. You have that. You feel it's a great bill. I don't know why we didn't do that one by one. We had to put it all in there. If you want bipartisan work, do it one by one. I challenge anybody to do that. You know, I mean, we're not going to fund nursing homes. Give them a little bit. Hopefully they stay on the curtain. Hopefully they keep it open. I have one in my district that's going to be closing. Those people will go homeless. I mean, they're going to have to go back to their families or something because we don't have anything open. I mean, my dad's 72 years old. I feel for him. I mean, I told him, don't get old too fast. There's no nursing homes for you. We're not funding it. It's not happening this year. You know, and I don't know. I heard earlier tonight, we've never had the trifecta on this side. Have never had it. Or maybe they've had it a long time ago. But if you do have the trifecta, do it right. You came in with the trifecta with the surplus, and you're saying Minnesota was so broke. I mean, inflation was up, but I don't think it was broke. I think there's jobs that need to be fixed. Things need to be done. Let's get more employers here. Let's get more people in. I mean, let's help Moorhead grow. Let's help Moorhead be on the competitive edge. Let's get them across. Let's get East Grand Forks growing. Let's get the border cities in competitiveness. We don't. You know, I mean, gas up in my district, they buy it across the river. It's cheaper. I mean, it's just what we're seeing up there. I know down here you guys don't see that. You got great big buildings around you. You get to see the river. You can go find the sunset. I mean, you talk about crime. You know, I've had conversations across the aisle with people in their neighborhoods that have crime, shootings. They want them to stop. It's not going to stop with the stuff you did last night. You know, the criminals aren't going to stop buying guns. The criminals aren't going to think it's time to just slow down. I mean, when is this going to become bipartisan again? You know, I heard this on and on and on again during our early. I'm so bothered this year with the legislation and what I heard for 22 years held by this seat, Marquardt, of how there was bipartisan work and that this would be a good year to come in and you'll do good. You know, sitting as a local mayor, we had to work on both sides of the aisle. We had to talk to people in our districts. We're going to strip local control out. We did that in the schools. We're not going to let them be in control anymore. You know, when do we hold people accountable?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Tabke, state your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mason's 101, debate must be confined to the question before the body. And right now we are not talking about refusing to adopt the Labor Conference Committee report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Advice, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Koznick.
Mr. Speaker, Mason Section 94, the right of member to hold the floor when a member has been recognized. It's a breach of another member to interrupt for purposes other than Section 92. Representative Joy is talking about the jobs and economic climate in this state, all of which are affected by a whole variety of things. Representative Joy is quite in order, and your members can persist in interrupting our members, and that, Mr. Speaker, is out of order.
Members, I already remind the body that of the section of Masons, this is that we must confine our remarks to the question before the body. Representative Joy, please confine your remarks to the question before the body, which is the motion to refuse to adopt the conference committee report on Senate File Number 3035. Representative Joy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll make sure I use jobs in everything I say, because that way I stay on task. That's what they're looking for, I think. Anyway, I'll get back to before I try to get silenced over there on that side of the aisle like they've done in the conference committees this year. I know I won't go on.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lee, please
Point of order,
state your
Mr.
point of
Speaker.
order. Representative Koznick, we're going to do one point of order at a time. Representative Lee has raised a point of order, and she has the floor. Representative Lee.
Thank you. Masons 1.24. We can talk about this motion from Rep. Nash, but I prefer we not bring in motives and personalities from this side. We want to get through this debate, and we want to answer the question. Thank you.
Representative Joy, I have already reminded the body of Masons 124, paragraph 3. It is not allowable to arraign the motives of a member. I'm going to give you back the floor, but I hope you understand that we have to follow our customs and rules in debate, and I'm asking that you adhere your remarks to Masons 101.1 and 124.3. Representative Joy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll keep this in line. People, what are we doing here? This job bill is bad. You know, where's the bipartisan work on this? What Representative Nash brought forward is to send this back so we can have voices on this committee. You know, we're not doing anything here. We'll still got till the 22nd to get out of here. We can send it back. I think you guys can give an hour. Let them hear about it. We'll bring it back to the floor. You'll pass it. You know, I don't understand the work this year of the other side of the aisle. I want us to work together as a bipartisan. We can't. You shut us out. You try to silence us. We have people in our district we represent. And the best messaging is when I can say, we don't get a voice on the conference committee. You know, and I asked a previous representative that sat in my seat before, I said, you know, just because we didn't vote for a bill, which is what I've heard is the way you do it to get on a conference committee, can you put somebody on a conference committee? Well, the Speaker has the power. I found that interesting. The Speaker has the power to put somebody on a conference committee. So the Speaker has the power to put somebody on a conference committee. So the Speaker basically has silenced us on conference committees this year. And her party has alongside went along with her on it. You know, that's a lot of power to hold. And I would think if I have a conference committee of 5, I'd put 1 Republican on there. They're still going to get their stuff through. They're still going to pass. You know, I don't know what the fright was. I still analyze these bills, try to figure out where the issue was. Where is the issue this year? Why can't we have 1 Republican on there? Are they going to say something bad? I mean, we went through committees and we heard a lot of good stuff and a lot of bad stuff. We didn't get a lot of our motions in. We didn't get a lot of our amendments in. You know what? We're okay. Amendments got in and we had to celebrate. We celebrated a little bit on the side. We didn't take pictures or anything like that or Instagram, but we celebrated that we had some amendments. And we left the floor and we're like, we got some amendments in. Good, that's a win. Then it goes to conference committee and they take the tape and throw it right away. Nope, they're not staying in. At least we got them to quiet up that night. We got them to not go till midnight because we gave them an amendment. It's not what happened in conference committee. Took everything out. Because we feel in Minnesota this year, that 1 Minnesota that we campaigned on, we can't say rocks and cows, but that 1 Minnesota we campaigned on is supposed to be 1 Minnesota, but only with one side of the aisle's voices. So my district does not get their voice heard. I have to go back to my people and explain we did not get on the conference committees. Our amendments got shredded. They didn't want to hear from us this year. We're the bad group. I tell you what, for myself being the first year, it was easier on this side of the aisle. I don't idolize you guys having a trifecta and having to move 3,200 bills through as fast as you can. I mean, there's a lot of, I think on this side of the aisle, by silencing us, there's a lot of buildup on this side of the aisle. And I hope if we ever do happen to get that majority, which would be great, We don't treat everybody like that. You know, think about this. You know, conference committee, I thought about it and I'm like, okay, what's a conference committee like? It's like when my kids get in a fight in school and I got to go to the teacher and me and my wife are there and run a conference. Is that what it's like? Well, I mean, if I told my wife I'm silencer and she can't go to that meeting, things aren't going to go well. You get mad. I mean, that's what I feel we're having this year here. This is what's happening. And I know it's easier for you guys to just let us keep speaking all night, look at your phones, visit on the side, leave the chamber. It's late at night, hoping you can wrap it up by Thursday. Don't think that's happening. Well, again, I thought we'd have a voice too on some of these committees, but that didn't happen. So it's possible. It's possible. I mean, I don't know what the plan of the Democrats is, but I just does not understand where we're going this year, what's happening. Minnesota's watching. Minnesota's asking. My district's asking what's going on. They want us to stop things. We're not. People ask, how's it going to help employers, Jim? It's not, because we're mandating them. We're going to add more mandates. Cost employers more. Oh, interesting. So we want to force more cost on employers that don't have employees already, that have to pay more. You know, the other day I was reading an article and it was talking about Walmart, and Walmart's starting to close places. The Walton family, they have huge footprints we've allowed to come around. I've never liked them. I've been a small gas station owner. We don't like them, but that's just my opinion. But then we also noticed McDonald's is starting to close. They're laying off people. You know why that is? You can't make a $19 cheeseburger meal anymore. When you got to pay somebody $19, and then you come to Minnesota and build a McDonald's, and then you get mandates, so it's going to cost you a lot more. And then you still got to try to sell that Happy Meal with the little toy in there. Kids are excited. Not happening. We're going to start closing, locking them up, laying people off. But if at McDonald's they started by laying the corporate people off so that the people that get laid off at the store don't come back and get mad at them. You know, just wait a minute. Burger King, that's right, the other day, they're closing. This is what's going to happen. As you continue in Minnesota and we force these small employers, these Main Street businesses, all these guys, mandates, mandates, mandates. We're not creating jobs. Oh, by the way, nursing homes are closed too. Maybe we'll get a few employees from the nursing homes for our stores, but with the mandates, we can't stay open anyway. Go to work for the state of Minnesota. They got a lot of jobs they're creating. A lot of debt, a lot of jobs. Come, take them all. I don't know if that's what the plan is. I don't know if the plan is to eventually buy my business and run it, if Minnesota wants to. But that's what I'm feeling like. I'm feeling like zero representation on this side of the aisle. You know what? I came down here, like I said, from a Democrat-held seat for years, and I think they did real well on their bipartisan work. And I was hoping to do real well on bipartisan work. But when you silence us, it doesn't sit too well with us. It makes us work harder. It makes great messaging. So, I mean, when I campaign again, it's going to be fun. I enjoy that. I thank you guys for that. But when are we going to wake up, smell the roses, and figure out Minnesota is losing this year? Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion. I recognize the member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Mr. Chair, thank you. It's been a privilege and an honor to be the lead GOP on the Labor Committee. Frankly, I don't know if we should send this back to conference committee. I think the old saying, you snooze, you lose. You guys snoozed and we lost. You ever hear of the professional courtesy? I think out of professional courtesy, members, it would have been beneficial to at least put one member of the Republican Party on the committee. Our group comes from various walks of life, including similar to yours, but a lot of business owners on our side. Those who run small family businesses, manufacturing, independent contractors, and it would have really benefited Representative Nelson to have at least one of us on the conference committee. I've been here for 13 years, and the first time I was elected or appointed to be on the conference committee, I was quite excited. I was glad you didn't appoint me on the conference committee this year, because frankly, I don't think that you would have taken some of our amendments in the first place. But it was indeed an honor and a privilege to be on a conference committee and know that our word and what we had to say and who we represented meant something, even if it was evident that perhaps nothing we offered as far as amendments would be taken. It still was a professional courtesy. And I think that this year it appears to me that some committees, you've lacked that professional courtesy. Not overwhelmingly in the conference committees, because there are some. I think Representative Davids is on a committee, and Representative Baker and several others. But it really is unfortunate that you didn't at least give us an opportunity to be at the table in a conference committee from the House. So you had members who had expertise from a various committee that sat on those committees, that heard each and every bill, and then heard each of those bills in the House chamber, and then had an opportunity to bring some of those voices and concerns and some of perhaps our expertise to the conference committee. And I think it's obtuse that you didn't put us on those. And I don't know who made that particular decision. I know it's a responsibility of the Speaker of the House. But it really is a lack of sensitivity, a lack of professional courtesy. But frankly, I don't think it's good that you waste any more of our time. I'm pleased that you sent the child care back to conference committee and allowed Representative Daniels on the committee. It sure felt good, it looked good, and we can brag about it. You guys can brag about it that you put a Republican on it, but I think it was insincere. And maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't insincere. But at least what it was, members, was a professional courtesy. You heard us speak the other day for till wee hours in the morning, and you decided that perhaps that should go back to conference committee. I think, frankly, because some rules were broken. That's evident in the Senate and Chamber rules for conference committees. There was rules broken, and then perhaps even a state statute broken. So because of those issues, I think it was wise that you brought it back to conference committee, and then you invited and made sure that our side, Representative Daniels, the Republican, was able to be at the committee and offer amendments. You know, and Mr. Speaker, I will keep it to the topic. I will be deliberate to the topic. Frankly, I want to get to third reading, members, to talk about some good provisions in the labor and job force bill, but mainly a lot of provisions that, frankly, are very detrimental to the success of Minnesota. And that is evident, members, by what I have witnessed and what many have witnessed and observed over the many years as we watch our neighboring states' GDP growth and their unemployment numbers and their economic numbers rise significantly compared to Minnesota. And we continue to put ourselves at an economic disadvantage to our neighboring states. Iowa. Did you see Iowa last year? Was it last year or this year that went to a flat tax? Was it, they're going to? They're in the process of doing that. I think 5.25 is their highest rate, approximately. Don't quote me on this, folks. Of course, South Dakota's a no tax, right? North Dakota has a very low tax rates for its businesses, its corporations, its families. Wisconsin, they're kind of on the border. They're not as competitive as Iowa, North Dakota, and South Dakota, but they're more competitive than Minnesota. So we're already at a disadvantage economically, and if you caught Mr. Wonderful, and that's not Representative Davids, Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank, Kevin O'Leary, I mentioned this earlier, and I really want to share with you and Minnesotan, if you're watching, to at least Google what he had to say regarding Minnesota and North Dakota. Now, we think Minnesota is a better state, right? And we are prouder, stronger. We have a more beautiful state. We have more lakes. We have better sport teams. Do they even have any? But he said that Minnesota was uninvestable because of its policies. And in the labor bill, and because Republicans weren't invited to the conference committee to at least give our opinions and advice and some expertise, we're not completely ignorant of the issues, we are uninvestable. And because of this bill, will make Minnesota even less investable and less competitive to our North Dakota, South Dakota, and Iowa and Wisconsin border. We believe it's best to bring back to conference committee so you can at least listen to us. Well, you're listening to us now, I hope, although we're not impugning motives, but you certainly are not motivated whatsoever to put any of us on the committee to listen to us. And I hope that you're motivated tonight to listen to some of us when we're done with this debate, that you maybe realize that you neglected a professional courtesy. Mr. Speaker, wouldn't you agree that especially in Minnesota when you have the trifecta, when you have the Senate and the House and the governor's office, and you can pass any bill without our say or our vote. You do allow us to say, because that's state law, constitutional law, we have the right to speak. But it would have been really courteous and genuine if you at least offered at least one of us, maybe myself since I'm the lead, but I'm humble, so I would, no offense if you put Dave Baker on, Representative Baker, to be at that committee to listen to the side-by-sides of the House and the Senate, and perhaps listen to the debate from the public who have concerns too. So it really was a missed opportunity and obtuse, meaning lack of sensitivity. Obtuse means lack of knowledge and lack of sensitivity. In this case, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to assume that it was a lack of sensitivity. But we will talk on third reading about the bill, which has mandate after mandate after mandate, and is so heavy-handed against employers, job creators, that it appears as though they're the criminal. And your emphasis in your bill is all on the employee, as if they're perfect, and the employer is not. And it's evident in your bill because you have many, many mandates, you have fees, you have penalties. The law changes so often, and if an employer doesn't abide by them and know them, the penalty for that negligence or lack of knowing the bill or the statute, rather, has doubled and tripled in some cases, making it even less competitive. So the reason we should bring this back to conference committee, actually I don't believe that, but I'm going to say it because I support my friend Representative Nash because he's wise and he's a businessman as well, but I think it's disingenuous. I don't think you'd really take anything that we say, but you listen because you're gentlemen and ladies over there. But according to a recent report, our state of Minnesota ranks dead last when it comes to affordability of starting a small business. How do you feel about that? Or what do you think about that? Feelings and thinking are two different things. We as lawmakers shouldn't feel things, we should think things. I think we should be above feeling and be more thoughtful. So when a wise investor like Kevin O'Leary states and says in the city of Fargo, that Minnesota is a cold Cuba, and because of its policies over the years, it's anti-business. How do you feel about that? Well, I think that's a very unfortunate. Wouldn't you agree? But this bill particularly, and why it should go back to conference committee, is because at least, hopefully, you can take some of our amendments, because we can't allow an amendment on a conference committee here on the House floor, but perhaps you would allow some amendments from our side that would be more business friendly. and allow business to thrive, especially in the last 3-4 years where we've been shut down, closed. I don't want to go into the past. I like to move forward. But if you recall, in 2020, some states completely shut down. Some governors completely said to businesses, unless you're a big box or a necessity, that you can't work. You cannot go and do your work. Now, here's how silly some of that was. I said on the House floor, well, actually, no, it was at Zoom. The governor also prohibited photographers from photographing unless they were news photographers, because news is a necessity. I would agree. Little did the governor know that photographers have big lenses, 200, 400 millimeter lens. We could photograph 50 feet away from someone, more than 6 feet, and yet we were shut down. Can you imagine the calls I got from fellow photographers throughout the state of Minnesota? The point of the matter is we're just coming out, and we're doing well. People are rebounding. The economy is getting good, although the GDP growth here in Minnesota is not very good compared to our other states. So we are at a deficiency, and we're not completely out of the woods yet. And yet this bill, which is why it should go back to conference committee, will only continue to harm businesses. Now, I'm not an alarmist. I'm not going to say businesses are going to shut down and they're going to leave. Well, actually, they are leaving. But they won't start here. And with this bill, it makes it more expensive to start a business, more mandates, more restrictions, and higher taxes, Mr. Speaker. Very high tax state. And people are moving. I think the recent study, when it said that we are dead last in starting a new business, that's nothing to brag about. And over the last 12 months, $1.5 billion in adjusted gross income had left the state, probably going to Fargo or Florida or North Carolina or Texas or what other state that doesn't, Tennessee, that doesn't tax you or propose tax at 10.25. Mr. Speaker, when we get to the third reading, I'm sure that many of our members would like to share more thoughts on the bill and why it's not business friendly. But I just want to, in closing, don't you love it when a politician says, or when one of us say in closing? Right, Representative Hassan? In closing, remember this, and remember this, Minnesota, had the Republicans had the majority, not only would we be business friendly, not only would we be increasing more mandates and regulations and increasing penalties and increasing taxes, we also too would protect the worker. We would ensure that the laws on the books today ensured that the worker, the employee, were safe, were taken care of by their employer, were treated fairly, and paid respectively. You could do both. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this bill is so heavy-handed against employers and so many unions. Now, the unions, in closing, sorry, I just want to add this thing. The unions do some great work, there's no doubt, especially the trade unions. I've been to their organizations in safety and health and stuff, very good. But the bill that we are discussing and why it should go back to conference committee, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that there's so many carve-outs for the unions, and it's so heavy-handed to just give them, it's almost like giving them a silver platter, which is fine, they need some help, but at the expense of the private, independent, mom-and-pop businesses. The bill actually carves out unions in some mandates and taxes, or mandates and fees and penalties, but not the private, independent, mom-and-pop businesses. And that's a shame. So I do support, not really, but I do support and will vote to send this back to conference because you missed your opportunity to be professional courtesy. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to refuse to adopt the conference committee report for Senate File 3035. I recognize the member from LeSueur, Representative Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the Nash motion to re-refer this back to the conference committee. And I appreciate Representative Baker's comments earlier, and I forget which committee you were talking about, but feeling represented, having that chance to sit on a conference committee and voice your concerns. And I echo that because I'm not sure if excited is the right word, but I'm going to use that one. I got the opportunity to sit on a conference committee this year, and I was maybe slightly excited to do so. And I had the opportunity to, very simple, the 1370, the deepfake bill, take a look at that. We met once and then came back and decided that, the representatives here in the House, Representative Bonner, Representative Stephenson, and myself, we all signed that conference committee report and decided, that the age-appropriate design code is not ready for prime time, and it wasn't. And so I had a voice in that, and we all knew it wasn't ready for prime time. And we all knew that we shouldn't be taking language from another country. So, it's got some work to do. It's a good idea, but it's got some work to do. And so my voice was heard there. Our voice was heard there. And so I appreciate the comments made earlier, and I know I have a little appreciation for what that feels like. But this bill does more to get rid of jobs than it does to get people back to work. And why does this matter? Why do we care? Because those dollars that we talk about spending, I know that the tax chair, I think, has a favorite Aerosmith song I've heard. Those dollars we talk about spending isn't just about those people in the Aerosmith song. It's about those people, everyday Minnesotans, going to work, making a living, so that we can tax a few of those dollars, pull them off the money tree, and spend them for the good of all Minnesotans. And it was mentioned here earlier, we're looking at a 40%, I'll say that again, 40% increase in state government biennium over biennium. I think many of you know my background, and I'll tell you, members, I've looked at 1,000 cash flows in my life and dozens of government agency cash flows, and never, ever, ever have I seen a 40% increase in spending when, I'll caveat that, there's no change in the earnings of that organization. In this bill, we're not changing the earnings of the organization, we're hurting the earnings of the organization. We're hurting those job creators, we're hurting those folks going to work every day that we're taxing so that we can spend it, again, hopefully for the greater good of Minnesota. And that's unhealthy. It's unsustainable. We can't continue to work that way. And it matters. It matters to those individuals that are out there working every day that we're taxing. And this bill's disregarding them. We've got to remember where those dollars come from. And it reminds me of a story I'm sure I've told on the House floor before, and a story I've told many times here. And that's of the Farr family sitting around the kitchen table 20 years ago, going on vacation. And, there are things that you can't afford to do and can't afford to do. And so we're talking about, if we do this, we can't do that. And if we do that, we can't do this. And one of the kids says, "Dad, you work at a bank, just bring more home." Well, I'm here to tell you, members, it doesn't work that way. We can't just pull more off the money tree. We have to support our workers. And this bill is not doing that. This bill is hurting our earners, hurting our earnings, while we're spending 40% more. It's unsustainable. I think, I really wish that we would take a look at sending this back to conference committee and getting some representation from both sides of the aisle, because it needs work. So with that, I support the Nash motion.
Further discussion on the motion to refuse to adopt the conference committee report for Senate File 3035. I recognize the member from Todd, Representative Weiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Economic development was one of the committees that I was actually excited to be on. You could say I was giddy, if you've ever seen me giddy. Yeah. But I was excited to be there because in our area, economic development is something that's sorely lacking. It's something that to have a voice at the table was important to me. Coming from a family that, a family business, and the growth and the struggles that go with that, it was something near and dear to me. So after I was done with college, and we started our family, I said St. Cloud was no place to raise a family or start a family, so we moved back home and started a business. Apologize to the reps from St. Cloud. But I wanted that life that I grew up with. And one of the things that we wanted to do was build businesses in our area so that at some point in time, our kids would have that opportunity. So that someday, instead of leaving the area, they could stay there and raise a family. Because you see, numbers make sense to me. Our area has not grown in population since 1965. It's been stagnant. Part of the reason is there's not enough jobs. So part of this bill, and I'll get into it in a little bit, talks about agriculture and food processing. But when you're in an area like mine, and you watch the traffic at about 7:30 in the morning, what do you see? To the south, on the highway, you see a line of cars. Going to the east, on highway, another line of cars. To the west as well. It's not a whole lot to the north, but in all three directions, you see cars leaving. Where are they going? Because at about 4:30, 5 o'clock the same day, they're coming back. They leave our small town. They leave our area to go to jobs in other areas. So when I got put on economic development, I was very excited. And there was some good things in this bill. Some money to the Initiative Foundation I thought was great. There was a lot of things in there that Rep. Bennett brought up the other day about omnibus bills. If we could have broke up some of these things, I would have loved to vote on some of this economic growth for Greater Minnesota. But we can't do that when everything is lumped together and when we don't get a voice at the table. I grew up with kind of a mindset. Mom is a heck of a woman. Love and respect her a lot. She always said, treat others like you'd want to be treated. Pretty basic. It's one of those Christian principles that so many people grow up with. And here we are in politics, making decisions with only one voice, one side. I see the excitement in the bills, and I understand that. I really do. I would love to be on that side controlling some of the outcome of these bills as well. But at the same time, if that were the case, I hope that we wouldn't do the same thing in return. I hope that we would, no, not hope, we will not do the same thing that's happening now. We will have other members at the table. There will be a voice there. So that when it's all said and done, we can't say that we just ramrodded these things through, that everybody had a voice, because it's important. We've heard the talk about one Minnesota. Lofty goals, sounds great, but when you exclude 48% of the state, that's not one Minnesota. So I wish that we had that voice at the table. We need to bring this back. Let it go back to the committee. And we know you have the votes. All the levers of control are in your hands. A few crumbs, that's all we're asking for. Table scraps, a little bit of something. Like I said the other day, when it came to Orwell's vision of the future, imagine a boot on the face of a human forever. It's what it feels like over here. It really does. I said when we were freshmen that whether we were in the minority or majority, I would treat people the same, and I think I have. And I will continue to do that. So that economic growth that we talked about and that voice at the table, how does that affect us? I mentioned before about growing up in that background. And in economic development, we talked about building multi-generational wealth for people that have not had the opportunity. Well, those people that have not had that opportunity are not just in the metro, they're in greater Minnesota as well. But we can't even express that if we're not at the table. We had some great opportunities out in our area. There's a gentleman, grows vegetables, and would love to see growth in his business. And it doesn't matter which background he is, he's building growth in our area. He's building jobs in our area. That's what we want. That's what we want as Minnesota, is to build an economy that works for everybody. And in order to do that, we have to have a voice. So growing up, you learn a lot of lessons. And I think back to experiences I had. If you've ever been out in greater Minnesota during the fall, and you ever listen to the corn dryers, they're noisy as heck. Dad used to do service work on them. And I remember going out with him to a service call, and to be honest with you, I hate loud noises. Although for a long time I was into, some heavy metal and rock and stuff, but, I still hated loud noises. And I listened to the sound of the corn dryers when we were going up there one day, and I said, noise bothers me. And he said, that's a good noise. I said, why is that? He says, because if the corn dryers aren't running, that means we don't have a crop. And if we don't have a crop, that means everybody suffers. So in that microcosm, that microeconomy, it has to work together. Just as well in the state of Minnesota. If greater Minnesota does good, the potential for the metro to suffer is there. And if only the metro does good, greater Minnesota can suffer as well. But there again, if we don't have a voice at the table, if we can't express the concerns, share the stories, let our 43,000 people have their voice here, then that's just plain wrong. So how do we change this? How do we govern that's supposed to be for the people when you're stifling 48%? It's not a big ask. Just bring it back to committee. Let somebody at the table. Let them voice their concerns. Because when it comes to things like agriculture and food processing safety, one of the big businesses we have in our area, this regulation, the one big business that we have, when this bill came forward, said, Mike, we have a problem. This regulation is going to hurt us. If we drive that big economic powerhouse out of our area, the rest of our area will die. We've known this for years. We've talked about it. If that plant ever stops, if it ever quits, if it ever shuts down, it has a catastrophic disaster, all the other jobs that work around that business, that support that business, the trucking companies, tire shops, gas stations, electrical, concrete work, all of those will be gone. But we need to express that. We need to be able to talk about that. We need to have time to say, look, this bill has issues. This is how it's going to affect us. Please listen. Doesn't seem like a huge ask. As a matter of fact, it seems pretty minimal. At least the perception of civility would be nice. So I've tried to listen, and I've talked about this before, on other businesses and how it affects them. Just reading about Uber and how that might leave Minnesota, pull their services because of overregulation in our state. Those discussions need to be had. Guess what? We don't have a whole lot of Uber out in my area. As a matter of fact, with the Amish population, I guess if you want to get an Uber, your chances are pretty low. Actually, they'd be none. Exactly. Yep. And when gas prices get too high out in our area, I always joke with the Amish and I say, pretty soon I'll be hitching a ride with you to town rather than you jumping in the truck. But this is life out there. This is our experiences. This is how it affects us. And that's all we want to do is say, this is our voice. Please listen. We talk about the nursing home workforce standards, and it has been brought up before. My mom, a nurse for a long time. When I was a baby until the time she retired, she worked nights at the nursing home. How her and dad ever ended up having 10 kids together is beyond me. But they somehow managed. He worked days, she worked nights. And that nursing homes are vital out in our area. 27% of our population is elderly, as is most of Minnesota. But we have less options, less availability to those services. So if the nursing home in a local town like Long Prairie cannot survive, isn't helped, the next nearest option is almost 40 miles away. These are the things that affect us in our area. This is the voice we need to have for our area. In committee, we often talked about the issues, and actually, the chairwoman was rather patient with me at times because I brought up issues that concerned me, and I appreciated her patience. Because you see, when you come from an area like mine, the word up there, frugality, is pretty important. You make do with what you have. You get by with what you have. And wasted money, well, first of all, there isn't money to waste. But when we waste taxpayers' money, that is a bad thing. So during committee, we talked about this, reporting. It was crucial to me to go back to my constituents and say, you know what? These are things we talk about in tax committee. And I respected the patience. I said, some point in time, you're going to get sick of me hearing saying this. But even having that voice in those committees was important. Maybe you didn't like what I had to say. Maybe you didn't care, but at least we had a voice. And by taking that away from us, you could just say it's plain wrong. It's just not right. It's not Minnesota nice. We can do better. And what will it hurt? If it goes back to committee, one of our members gets to discuss these things, maybe gets a chance to be heard, at least a spot at the table, maybe a refreshment or something, who knows? But at least we could talk, or at least have the chance to talk, because out in our area, we want those small businesses to thrive. We want them to grow. We don't want to see a local ice cream shop or bookstore, coffee shop, film studio. We don't want those to go bankrupt and go out of business. We want them to stay there. We want every business to survive, no matter who's building it, no matter who's growing it. And we understand the struggles that go with that. Most businesses don't make it past the first 2 years. Even smaller percent make it to 5. But the organic growth of small businesses in greater Minnesota is something that needs to be shared. Because oftentimes, it's a person, and I've talked about this a little bit one time in committee. Say you're working a job, or maybe you're farming, and you got a little extra time in the evenings, whatever, and a friend or a neighbor will bring over a tractor or plow or whatever needs to be fixed. Maybe you're good at welding. Next thing you know, you're working 3-4 hours a day, welding things up for the neighbors. Another neighbor down the road, he's got himself a nice quad track. Of course, not too many of our neighbors have quad tracks. Not a whole lot. Most of you probably don't know what a quad track is. Okay, you do. I appreciate that. But now if you've got a tractor like that and you can take care of tillage at about 35 to 40% faster than your neighbor, guess what we do? We say, I tell you what, you bring that quad over, I got that 80 acres that I want you to turn, and in exchange, we can do some horse trading. And that's how businesses get started out there. Or, another example, if you've got somebody that's a great cook, and we see this all the time, and they say, I can start a business, or I can take over an existing business. And next thing you know, neighbors are coming from miles around for that home-style cooking. Heaven knows I've had far too much of that. But life is good out in greater Minnesota. And we actually want to share that experience with people. And we think you want to share it as well. As a matter of fact, I know you want to share it, because when we look at the highways coming out of the metro on a Friday afternoon, fishing opener or whatever, those roads are packed bumper to bumper with people leaving the metro and coming out into God's country and enjoying our life. But guess what? If we don't have jobs there, if that restaurant isn't there, if that tire shop isn't there, when you come out of the metro, maybe even a hardware store, I don't know, Browns Valley perhaps, off the top of my head. If that support isn't there when you come out to enjoy those great outdoors, God's country, it's going to be pretty bleak. Where are you going to go and have that burger? Where are you going to go when that tire blows out? When you need your car fixed? If you don't support the local businesses in greater Minnesota, there will be nothing there to visit. In economic development, we talked about carving out tax breaks to bring film into Minnesota. Great idea. Love that. And what was being said? In order, when those businesses, when that film crew came in, they bought lumber from the local lumber yard. They went to the local restaurant and they fed their film crew. And they bought other supplies from all around the area. and that brought economic growth to that area. But if we don't support them when that crew is not filming, there will be no restaurant to go to. There'll be no lumberyard. That economic growth has to happen whether those things are there or not. When you want to come out and visit Greater Minnesota, those have to be there, and the people have to be there to support it. So we want to share this with you. We see there's a big disconnect between Metro and Greater Minnesota, East Dakota, whatever you want to call it. I like Greater Minnesota. But it is a great place to live. And in order to live, it takes jobs. It takes economic growth. It takes us giving our input at these conference committees. When we have any of these small businesses, in order for them to grow, and I've been on the county, worked with the county for a number of years, we also know the statistic that new businesses have a high percentage of not making it. But existing businesses in their growth have a higher percentage of making it, so we're better off investing in existing businesses. And a prime example is a business up there 15 years ago or so, I suppose it was, he was one of those guys that was welding up farm equipment for neighbors. He was building buckets for skid loaders. He was doing just about everything he could to build that business. I talked to him last weekend. They had their best month ever last month. Amazing. $4 million in sales. In 1 month, a family-run business out in the country, away from town. That's the growth that we want to see. But when I talked to him about this, he goes, you know what, my taxes are going up, regulations are going up. He goes, I don't know how we're going to keep doing this. South Dakota's looking pretty appealing right now. And I can't say I disagree with him. If that business leaves because of the mandates, because of over-regulation, because of the stuff that we here in this house are putting on them businesses, those businesses, and we drive them out, they'll go somewhere else, and they won't be supporting the local coffee shop, the local bookstore, the local tire shop, and those towns will dry up and blow away. You see that in certain parts of North Dakota when the oil fields dry up. We don't want that to happen in Greater Minnesota. We see this also in the ag industry. They have an area in South Dakota now that we're calling the Dairy Corridor because overregulation is driving those farms out of our area. We need to create an environment in the state of Minnesota that's conducive to business and business growth. And with every mandate, with every restriction, with every law that stifles them, we are only stopping the potential for Minnesota to be that powerhouse, that growth that it can be. What's the point of putting up acres and acres of solar panels and wind turbines if we don't have a population because we have no jobs? In order for growth to happen, we have to be consistent. We have to work together. We have to have that voice at the table. So I ask again, please refer this back to committee. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to refuse to adopt. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise to support the Nash motion to refuse to adopt the conference report. It gets to feel a little like Groundhog Day here, members, in the last week of session, and that's how it feels to us. I'm sure that's how it feels to you, because we are back debating sending a bill back to the conference committee because no Republicans were appointed to the conference committee. We are the minority party. We know you have the votes, but members, we should at least have our perspective represented, and these conference committees need to be meeting in public. Our members are often unaware when there's even discussions going on, and we cannot bring forth our perspective. The public doesn't have a chance to engage in these conference committees. It is not the right way to do business. So as you might have seen earlier today, we didn't really debate the motion to adopt the conference report on the education bill because the education team was very collaborative, and we had a committee member on the education bill. Representative Nash has talked about how much collaboration he's had on the State Gov Fi conference committee, which is how it should be, members. To combine these three committees and have no Republican representation on the conference committee is honestly shocking. And that is not what the public expects when they send us here to do our jobs. We realize you have the votes. We realize your bills will, and your provisions will carry the day, but that doesn't mean our voices should not be heard. And then throughout this debate tonight, we've had multiple interruptions where, again, there's been more attempts to silence the minority. And I get you get frustrated listening to us all night, but nevertheless, the more that is what's happening, the more frustrated we become at being silenced. So it's not a great spiral to be in. So I really want to hold up the good examples of how conference committees have gone where there has been a Republican member included, maybe only one of 9, as Representative Nash said, but at least he's had the opportunity to speak. And so because there has been no representation of the minority in this conference committee, I urge sending back this, rejecting this conference report. Thank you, members.
Further discussion on the motion to refuse to adopt the conference committee report for Senate File 3035. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. I rise also to support Representative Nash's motion to send this back. I think by now you've realized that this side of the aisle feels like it's taken advantage of. It feels like no one is listening. And the worst part about that, I think, is that that doesn't create good legislators on either side. You know, if you're in the majority, you're going to vote yes. You don't ask any questions. It doesn't really matter. You're going to pass a bill. If you're in the minority, we're going to vote no. That's easy. But I don't think that's why we were elected to be here. I'm going to stick to this, to the motion of why we send this back. You know, when you're in the majority, you get to do whatever you want. And that's when you need to have the most discretion. You know, you have to have the most discretion and discipline at that point. And by not allowing the minority voices to be considered, even if they're not going to win anything, I just think it's really bad. It's really bad form. First and foremost, you know, I've heard all session. You know, listen to the community. We've spoke against things. We've asked to amend things in committee and here on the floor, and we've been told, you know what, you got to go talk to the community on these things. Well, Representative Niska earlier tonight talked about the community that we're going to deal with tonight in this bill, and you know, I have 3 school districts in my district, and Representative Niska and I share one, so I'm not gonna talk about that one. But all 3 of my districts have basically said, send this back to committee. The legislation includes provisions that add collective bargaining requirements to negotiate these things. Every one of my school districts want this thing to go back to conference committee to address those concerns. So, with that being said. There's all kinds of reasons to send it back. But please, members, send this back to committee. Let's hash a few more things out, then bring it back. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on the motion to refuse to adopt conference committee report on Senate file number 3035. I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members, and thank you to the chairs and vice chairs for these various committees that are rolling into this omnibus that's now what we're talking about tonight. And I support the Nash proposal to send this back to conference committee. And I guess I rise today on this nursing home workforce standards. And I ask myself, what in God's green earth, because it is getting greener outside, is Minnesota doing? Because we're going to create a workforce standards at a time that we're crawling out of a pandemic because we need to make sure there's standards in nursing homes. So what's changed for nursing homes in the recent years? Let's just talk 2 years to make it simple for everybody, because I've been living in those settings for the last 40 years before I did this. So I'm real familiar with what's happening in them in small towns and large towns. So let me just refresh everybody's memories, because this body and the branches of this government have set the rules to create the very problems that we're talking about today. And whether we sat in the seats, I wasn't here. This is my first session, but now I own it too. It's the hot potato, just like you all own the hot potato too. We had COVID mandates. We decided if we were going to be out for 14 days, 10 days, 7 days, 5 days for COVID exposure or positive. And then, by the way, come to work if you're COVID positive, because we need you so bad. We don't care if you're vaccinated, unvaccinated, positive, negative. You're a body. Guess what the staff said to that? That is the rules that happened for Minnesota, not just here. We had the National Guard in some of the nursing homes. My cousin was one of them. He got to see what being a nursing assistant was all about. No volunteers, no family members came into these settings. Maybe you didn't see your mom die, because I was holding their hands when they were dying. I was looking up the rosary as a Lutheran. I was looking up how to do a Catholic funeral in a parking lot. I was moving in fish houses for assisted living so people could live outside their mom's window and put their hands at an ice cold window. And that didn't go on just for the winter blizzard of 1991 that happened for 5 days. It went on for probably 2 years. So what are the working conditions that we created? We have no volunteers, no family members coming in. We had no activities, but we've spent 40 years of my career creating person-centered care. Let me tell you what person-centered care looked like during a pandemic. Well, you might get one bath, maybe every couple weeks, because you need staff to bathe people or shower people. And you don't have to bathe somebody to stay alive, but you do need to make sure they get their insulin, they get their medications, and you don't have to get out of bed to stay alive, because those things are actually extra benefits when you have people there. We had testing every week, multiple testings, because that was the mandate. We had the school spirit song, you got the spirit, yes we do, we got the vaccine, how about you? We divided healthcare. We divided our workers. Rural Minnesota people said, see ya, I'm out of here, because I still have the right to make a decision. Just like the Army, we told them they had to do it, but then we took those rules back. Well, it didn't work so well in healthcare. And maybe it hasn't in the military, because some people aren't coming back. So we lost people to Fleet Farm, Menards, you name it. And then you got the mask, because most of the people are like I was when I was a CNA. They're 18 to 25. They don't want to wear a mask. They can't, and not only that, some of them have asthma. They can't stand the sweating. They don't want to get acne. They have it on for 8 hours, but it's not just 8 hours, it's 16 hours because remember, we had to work double shifts every day because there was nobody to come in. It was open 365 days, 24 hours a day. So if you were the lucky one that showed up for work, you got punished again because you can't go home. You got 50 people in the building, 100 people in the building. Somebody's got to take you to the toilet and then wipe you and clean you up so you have a dignified experience because you can't do it yourself. And then we have staff holding their hands, not to mention the emotional thing, because somebody has to pronounce somebody dead. Because morticians aren't coming in, police aren't coming in, nobody's coming. You're in rural Minnesota, you're in Metro, you're everywhere. Aides and nurses and nursing home administrators had the most horrendous conditions to work in. But did the nursing home administrator, did the owner create this problem? No. They had to set the standards based on what the government said they had to do. And they all did the best they could. And then they came in and they fined them $1 million during COVID. But we didn't find anybody else when they didn't do the survey, they didn't do the assessment at the county because we didn't get the assessments done. We got 1.5 million assessments to do for people on medical assistance because we couldn't get those done. We're going to be doing them all now. And nobody's penalized. And why should they have been? Because we were in a pandemic. We were told we're all in this together until you're not all in it together. Because it's not one Minnesota anymore. Not for seniors. So I'm sorry you're going to hear this until the last day of session. This is absolutely pathetic what you are doing to the nursing homes. We had no funerals, no clergy, no families inside. Every leader did every department. You passed the trays, you got them up, you cleaned. And then you didn't have time, there was no activities. You had no volunteers, nobody can come in. And then what happens when there's a missing person? Because somebody goes out, somebody leaves the door. I'm sure nobody's ever done that at a school. They leave a door open, they prop it. Something happens, somebody goes out to smoke at a business, a door is propped. It happens the same way when any other business. And Mabel just happens to go out. So on the next 2 seconds, you're looking for Mabel to make sure she comes back into the facility. Because she's trying to find her family that hasn't been there for 2 years. She's going to look for them. Because she's sure they're coming. She's been waiting by the door for a long time. But guess what? Nobody came. We had parades of everybody outside the windows, and it was really fun for a while till it wasn't fun anymore. So excuse me if I'm a little upset, but there are nursing homes administrators who went to school to be a nursing home administrator. Like somebody in here went to school to be an attorney, and somebody else went to school to be a teacher. And when are we going to get back to respecting the people that gave their life to go back to do what they're doing? But now this board of commissioners, I don't think any of them have probably ever ran a nursing home. I'd almost double down on a bet. And I'd probably win. But they're going to decide, let's see, they got a lot of things to decide, like the whole staffing ratios. Nursing home administrators are supposed to, and we have actual regulation in the Minnesota statutes that define what you do. You're responsible. In Minnesota subdivision 14A, 4658.0060, you're responsible for the facility as a nursing home administrator. You're licensed by the Board of Nursing Home Administrators. So apparently we don't need them anymore. We don't need them because you're supposed to then be responsible for the facility, but you have no authority. And you're going to be the first one hung out to dry by the state of Minnesota, this new board, because you'll be the person to blame. Sounds perfect. I don't know what could go wrong. The work assignments are consistent with qualifications and the workload. That's the administrator's job, according to state statute. Orientation for the employee, the volunteers, written policies, scheduling, hiring, evaluations. You're responsible for that as a nursing home administrator. You have continued ed to do to get your license. I'll tell you what, reading this whole policy made it the easiest decision I will make to not renew my license for the first time in 30 years. Because I'm another one of the people that are going to join it. I just asked my husband this week, you know what? My license is due in June. I don't know. You know what? I've done this for 30 years. I've been on call for 24 hours a day. He's like, you know what? For the sake of me, it'd be great if you said no. Because our phone has rang for 30 years, 24 hours a day. And you go, and everybody else that does this job goes. But this policy makes it super easy to know my decision. So I, like others that have been the people that pick up the slack and go in, or could be a license for a couple months when a facility has no nursing home administrator. It's a lot easier to work other places when I'm not here. Because I'm not going to take this type of responsibility. I already have the responsibility, but I have zero authority. So what do we do, Minnesota? I mean, nursing homes right now are in a world of hurt. They're not going to get any money, but we're going to get more. Guess what? The miracle word for 2023, mandates. This is a definition of another great mandate. We've increased ombudsmen, and we've got commissioners on this new board who are going to tell the nursing home administrator all the things they're not doing right. But guess who doesn't determine how you pay the staff? The nursing home administrator. But they're going to be on the front page of the Hutchinson paper, the Duluth paper, the Moorhead paper, the Rochester paper, because they're not in compliance. And maybe Mabel died because there wasn't enough staff. So is that what you want when you're the lawyer and the teacher and work for the nonprofit? Is that what you signed up for? To go to school for? I didn't. It's like, of no fault of your own, you're going to be at risk of losing your license, your livelihood. It's insane. It's the biggest disgrace. It's an embarrassment. I won't hold my license in the state of Minnesota. Absolutely no. Not happening. And I'll guarantee you, I am the only one in this body that's ever ran a nursing home. And so you know what? Until you've done the job, don't make a policy and make a mandate for everybody else. Unless the intent really is to close 300 nursing homes, which I'm starting to wonder if that's not the plan. Because this doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense. We have the Department of Health that comes in. We have the Department of Labor. We have union negotiations. We have all these things. We have a director of nursing. Where is the respect you are going to ever give the profession that's caring for people at the last chapter of their life when they can't be home anymore? Because that's why they come to nursing homes, which you're all forgetting. And so this one Minnesota is great until you can't be home, or you can't be in the assisted living, or the hospital can't discharge you, because there's no place to go, people. There's no place left. We have had closures. Let's just talk about, we've had, I think, 10 closures since 2022. We got at least 7 probably on the slate for 2023. I'm embarrassed to see what's happening in the state of Minnesota, because the state of Minnesota led the way in long-term care. We are not leading the way in long-term care anymore. We are far from it, and it's an embarrassment. Quite frankly, it's an absolute slap in the face for everybody that showed up to work every day in the nursing homes to have this type of thing come from a legislative body to say that we're going to tell you what you're not doing right. They know what the problem is. But the nursing homes get reimbursed 2 years after they've already had the cost. They don't have an inflationary adjustment in their formula. We've just done that in education. We do it everywhere else, but we're shocked that the nursing homes are struggling. Why is that so hard to believe? It's basic math. Basic math. And the auditors, we had amendments to have the audits done by an outside agency. That was voted down. So we could actually get the actual new rates to the facilities. And if people think care is expensive right now, yeah, nursing homes probably cost $10,000 to $12,000 a month. But hotels are around $200 a night too, and that's not for any care. And when you need the care, you're going to want the care. And 70% of a budget in a nursing home is labor. And then you add property taxes. And then you add, what else? Food costs? Anybody else's food costs go up? What do? Take away meat? Get rid of the eggs? Just feed them oatmeal every day so we can have the food costs great? I mean, I guess there's no rule. There is rules, actually, on how much meat you have to give somebody, how many vegetables, fruit. People don't want everything coming from a can, even when they're 85 to 100. But you try to stretch the budgets that they're operating under from 2020 costs, because a few things have changed since then. So at the very time that we are setting up this new nursing home workforce standards with commissioners, we're taking away the whole government. We're just like we took away school districts' authority. There's zero local control, people. Nursing home administrators have no control. The superintendent of schools, the school board. We don't need you anymore either, because we're going to just do everything with the state of Minnesota. The only place that's hiring in this jobs bill is nonprofits in the state of Minnesota for government employees. So I hope the nursing homes are going to have a government agency that's going to have a whole pool of staff. I hope the commissioners that sit on this workforce standards board are going to want to be on call 24 hours a day, because they're taking a lot of responsibilities away from the nursing home administrators. So I hope their phone number is available to take the call at 2 in the morning and Saturday, because it's not a Monday through Friday job. That's not what any of us signed up for. And I was willing to take that on when I also had the backing. But I'm not going to take it on, nor are the colleagues that I know, when they don't have the respect and the backing. And they're going to be undermined on staffing ratios. And when you talk about staffing ratios, it sounds so simple. Let's just get people together. So let's just talk about what that looks like. So maybe you have, I don't know, I worked 40 years ago. This year I started as a CNA. So back in 1983, if I had 7 people on a day shift to take care of as a nursing assistant, guess what was different back then too? They were all tied down. Maybe some of you are too young to know that, but the state of Minnesota, nurses and doctors used to think that was best practice. So people changed their mind on best practice. Today, if I tied everybody down and I syringed fed them their food, I'd probably be on the front page of the Minneapolis Star and Tribune. It'd be neglect and abuse. But we all still need to feed them. So, if you have 10 people on the day shift, pick any number you want. The reason why these staffing ratios don't work is you don't know the people. You don't know their needs. You don't know what they have, what their care plan says. The facility knows that. The nursing home administrator and the director of nursing, that's why the state put together a whole plan of how to run nursing homes. They're the ones that know that. I am amazed at the arrogance that now all these people are just 100% experts and they've never done the job. They've never done the job, but they're an expert in running nursing homes, running schools. It's shocking to me that we would even think that. So when you're trying to look at care staffing ratios, you don't know if they're independent with any of their care, if they need one person to lift them, if they need 2 person to lift them, if they need a machine to lift them. Because when you come in as an aide and a nurse, you triage the care like a hospital does. And no day is the same. Every day is different. You might have an admit. Maybe you had 10 people yesterday, but 2 went to the hospital. Now you have 8, so you can take 2 people from another group. You can't write policies, people, for all of these things that happen in 24-hour operations. That's where you trust the leaders. But we're not in a mode anymore down here at this legislative body where we trust the people that went to school. Why are we not trusting the teachers and letting them teach? Why are we not trusting the police to police? Why are we not trusting lawyers to be lawyers? Why are we not trusting nurses and nursing home administrators to do the role they went to school to? Is it just certain things we trust, but certain things we don't trust? And then we pick and choose who we're going to fine during a pandemic, because I've asked, and there's nobody else that was fined all through the pandemic, except the nursing homes were fined $1 million for not having standards of care done. And assisted livings were fined $3 million because, again, if a surveyor came in and their mask wasn't over their nose, they're going to get dinged. And if this wasn't happening, and the very body that set the staffing ratios, again, was this body and the other body. But then they were surprised when they sent surveyors in that there could be any problems. Isn't that the most bizarre thing you've ever heard of? The people that set the funding and set the rules are now going to fine you. And now another fine's going to come, and another recommendation. On top of, we have state surveys, we have federal surveys, we have Department of Labor surveys, we have OSHA surveys, we have ombudsman surveys, but now we get the Minnesota Nursing Home Workforce Standard Board too. One more. Because we need so many layers on this cake that the frosting, you can't even wrap enough frosting on this cake to make it look like a good deal. This is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Apparently everybody in this room is planning on taking care of their parents at home, and their grandparents, and their aunts, and their uncles, because there isn't going to be a model around. And the law requires that you have a nursing home administrator to run these facilities, so we're going to have to make a new law that says you don't need that, because quite frankly, nobody's going to want to do the job. Right now, you can't find nursing home administrators to take on the responsibility for all these mandates that they're expected to have. You can't have death. You can't have, nothing can happen under your watch. Everything's going to be neglect and everything's abuse. And so you're putting yourself in a position where your very life could be in harm's way. You give your all. You go into these nursing homes because you care about the people. And I can't tell you that I know one nursing home administrator or one director of nursing or an activity director or a dietary director that is there for the money. Because I'll tell you, there's an easier way to make a living than working in a nursing home. They do it because they care. The nursing assistants, the dietary department, the housekeeper, the maintenance, they all have band together for 2.5 years during COVID because they had no other options to help each other out. And now we're telling them, you know what? You don't matter, people. You don't matter. You're not making the list. We only had $17.5 billion, but like the teachers that aren't getting the pensions, get in line because we don't have enough money for you. Well, if we don't have money today, Minnesota, when are we going to have money? Because the fastest growing population happens to be seniors in Minnesota. And for some reason, making mandates and creating a board of commissioners, that's going to really solve the problem because not one of them are going to take somebody to the bathroom. They're not going to take the call at 3 in the morning. They're not going to feed your mom. They're just going to tell you all the things you're supposed to do, which then comes back to the other thing I said, how about we give them money? But that's not in this jobs bill. That's not in the workforce standards because we don't want to do that because they're not worth it. They cost too much money to have. So you don't get any money. So we're going to hope you all close and go away. But they're not going away. So will they qualify if we need them in a homeless part of this package somewhere? I don't know. When do they qualify? I mean, is it going to be in that way? That's how they get it? Maybe that's it. I came here to make a difference for the seniors of Minnesota, and I'll stand here till midnight to tell you, Houston, we have a problem. Minnesota is going to have cleanup on aisle 8, 9, 10 in the whole store. Period. When I have old seniors that I take care of and no staff kept coming in, you know what they'd say? Because I have doctors I took care of. I had nurses. They said, honey, would you like me to come to work today? They can hardly get out of bed, but they know there's a problem. I say, no, you don't have to come to work today. You came to work your whole life. And so you know what? Even though I have half a back muscle from 8 breast cancer surgeries, I came to work for 16-hour shifts, months on end. And I was not the only one. So come hell or high water, the nursing homes are not going to get forgotten. You might write them off this legislative session, but they are not going to be forgotten because Minnesota's watching. Minnesota's watching every day. And I can tell you why I know I'm right, because it's in every paper, it's on every radio, because nobody's ready for mom and dad to move in to do 24-hour care. And they can do the math. And even if you get 12 weeks off on the next bill for paid time off, there's still 52 weeks in a year, people. So who's going to take care of Grandma and Grandpa the other 40 weeks when the nursing home's shut down? Who's going to do it? And if you don't start showing respect to the field by trusting the people that lead these places, there's not going to be a leader. And if you don't have a leader, you don't have the coach. And if you don't have the coach, somebody's got to call the plays. And the people that call the plays are never the state of the Minnesota, it's never the commissioner, and it's never a board. You let the local control happen because they're the ones that are the experts. The experts are not just in the courtroom with lawyers. They're not just in education and everywhere else. We need to let people do their jobs and stop micromanaging every single thing and writing a law because something didn't happen to 100% perfection. Are we going to do mandates because we don't have literacy? I mean, where's the mandate for the Workforce Standard Board for literacy? We have 50% of the kids that can read. Where's that workforce board? Where is it? That should be the number one thing here, because if you can't read, they can't even read a care plan when they get to the facility to take care of mom and dad. So let's get real, Minnesota. This is smoke and mirrors. This is not going to do one thing for a senior in Minnesota. This has absolutely been designed by somebody that never, ever did an hour of care. And I can guarantee it didn't work through the pandemic, taking care of seniors 24 hours a day. Because go back to those sites, and you come back and tell me a name. Give me the names of all the nursing home administrators that say this is the most brilliant idea Minnesota ever came up with. Because my emails are getting blown up, as is my phone. Somebody's got to stop this. Well, guess what? I am one person, and my voice will be heard for 3B in the state of Minnesota, for the seniors of this state, because they don't deserve anything less. And their families don't either, because as every one of these nursing homes close, Crookston, you can name them off, the other ones are coming. Guess what the poor 90-year-old spouse that still drives her car, that knows that community, now can't go see her husband because the nursing home's not there. And she's got to go 2 hours away. She doesn't get to go see him anymore. And most of you probably don't live right by your parents, so you can go see them every day. I don't know. I was talking to one of my colleagues on the other side, and, they believe in their culture takes care of elderly. I said, you know what? I wish the United States cared about caring for elderly like the culture that you come from does. Because if we want to model all the other countries, why don't we pick how they take care of seniors? Because they actually do it with a lot more respect than I'm seeing the bills in Minnesota. They actually care about their elderly. They value their wisdom. They don't just create a workforce standards board for nursing homes. They actually put their money where their mouth is. Vote no. Refer this back. Mr. Speaker, I ask that we send the bill back, the Nash Amendment, to send this back to conference committee so that there is a Republican on this committee to deal with the Workforce Standard Board. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to refuse to adopt the conference committee report for Senate File 3035. I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Representative Linsakar, about just your passion for nursing homes and the obvious problem with this bill that exists. We have, I got two different emails over the last couple days from my school districts. It's been interesting. I have the school districts, the teachers, the administrators have very clearly, they're coming to us, our side of the aisle, the Republicans, looking for help with these bills. And the schools have asked us, just like Representative Niska mentioned with Anoka Hennepin, they've asked us to really beg the majority to send this back to conference committee. There are things in here, terms and conditions of employment, power provisions, that will just really, really, really harm our schools. And they need to be changed, and they need to be done, obviously, in a conference committee. We are supposed to be one Minnesota, as the governor has said. And I'm starting to be concerned that the ideas that we're one Minnesota in the vision of the left side of this aisle. We're not one Minnesota together and bipartisan anymore. And that scares me. And I wonder if it's by design. Is it by design that we're putting nursing homes out of business? Is it by design that we're making it extremely difficult for people to start businesses? Is it by design that the folks that live along the borders, the South Dakotas, the North Dakotas, Iowa, that they're thinking about moving and leaving? Is that by design? I want to talk a little bit about businesses. Somebody mentioned that Minnesota is really, really low on the number of business startups out there. And I've started several businesses over my career, and I think this is really important because the conference committee should have had people on it that were from both sides of the aisle and people that actually understand and have worked in these fields, people who own businesses, people who've run nursing homes, people maybe who are on school boards or run schools, because they're going to deal with these power provisions down the road. So I want to talk about how you really start a business, and because this is something that the little guy is going to have a really hard time doing down the road. So let's say it's an LLC and you want to start. You've got to hire an attorney, and you have to create articles of incorporation. Good to hire you, Harry. But you've got to hire an attorney, and you have to go, and that's going to cost, at least a couple $1,000s there. And then you turn around and you have to have a meeting. So you have to create paperwork and minutes for this first meeting. then you go to the Secretary of State's website and you have to find, oh, and before that you have to have had a business name. So maybe an assumed name, an LLC. So you've got to go and you've got to look it up at the Secretary of State's site and see if that exists. So once you have your business name, excuse me, and you filed or you've created your paperwork, and you file, and there's a fee. I can't recall what it is, but there's a fee. It's probably $100. So now, you're looking at, you've paid your attorney a couple $1,000s. You've paid at least. You've paid fees to the state. Probably, I don't know, $100, maybe $200. Excuse me. And that's just the paperwork just to start with the name. Then if you're going to have an employee, and that's why this is so important to have business people on your conference committee and both sides of the aisle on your conference committee. You have to set up an unemployment account. You have to set up, oh, I forgot, you have to get a tax ID number, federal tax ID number. You have to get a state tax ID number. What else am I missing in the very startup? Yep. Then you have to go and get an unemployment account, insurance, and then because it's so difficult and you're making it more and more and more difficult for employers to have employees, you have to probably hire, like most of us do, you hire a payroll company. Somebody that can track, somebody that tracks all the different deductions. Now we're going to have, according to this bill, we're going to have safe and sick time. That's a whole nother thing on top of everything else. You're going to be tracking family leave. You're going to be tracking deductions for the retirement accounts that they're, child support. I've seen IRS deductions that I've had to do. Yeah, retirement accounts. I mean, it's an incredible amount of work. So just for like a business like mine, I use paychecks, and some people use ADP, but I think I pay probably $2,000 a month just to my payroll processor, paychecks. That's not having them do the work as HR. That's just my processor. And I'm sure that's going to go up considerably under this bill because tracking safe and sick time, tracking family leave, tracking all these other things, that gets to be, it's an even more and more mandates on businesses. I do have, I think I mentioned last night when we were talking about the crime bill, I do have some employees in Minneapolis. And so I've been dealing with the safe and sick time thing for the last year and a half because that was, or 2 years or whatever it's been, because that was passed in the city of Minneapolis. And it would have made sense. You would have thought that the majority would have wanted someone on the conference committee that's actually dealt with this from a business perspective, someone who has experience, in how to manage this, because the language is very similar. And honestly, you wrote it out. I did read the bill twice, but you've written out every possible little thing that it can be used for, and which makes no sense. You might as well just say that it's paid sick time and they can use it for anything, because that's how it's treated generally. But instead, you have this long thing that you put in statute that's confusing for the people, for the employers. It's going to be confusing for the employees and the employers. And of course, if it's not done right, there's, I think, $10,000 fines or something like that if the employers aren't tracking this right. So I worry really about the little guys, the people that can't maybe afford to spend $2,000 a month for a payroll processor that's doing this and tracking things. People that have, 5 employees or just way less. It's a huge amount of work to track all of these mandated benefits and to get it right, or you're going to be fined. I think it was $10,000 an employee, or maybe it was $20,000 an employee that the fine is if you don't get this right. Those are the sort of things that I think if the majority would have had someone on the conference committee from this side of the aisle or somebody that had experience in dealing with these things from a practical standpoint, or just asked us in general, our opinions or looking for a little bit of help, which we could have given. Those are the sort of things that maybe they would have gotten better in this bill to begin with. Representative Daniels, he's not here anymore. We had a long argument a couple days ago, maybe it was yesterday, I can't keep track of the days anymore, but about the fact that he was essentially shut out of the Early Childhood Conference Committee. And he had actually been named to be on it, but he was shut out, which is just shocking that would happen. In this case, we won't even have anyone named to be on it from our side. And it is a professional courtesy to have a member from the minority, at least one member from the minority on the conference committee. But it seems like what I've watched happen over the last, couple weeks here is that there's been a sort of a thing that if this side of the aisle spends more than so many hours debating a bill, that we don't get to have anyone on the conference committee. So that's our, quote, punishment, that we're going to be punished if we actually want to have our voices heard. And that's just wrong to punish 48%, of Minnesotans. And that's what it is. It's a punishment. And of course, it didn't really stop us from talking, because we're here to represent our constituents, and we feel really passionate about a lot of these things, because the legislation that's been passing out of here really truly is transformative, as the left side of the aisle has said. It very, very much is. And generally, our side of the aisle is very much opposed to what is passing out of this side. So we're not going to keep our mouths shut and just sit down and be quiet at all. And so it was wrong for the majority to attempt to gag us, essentially, and what if we weren't gagged and if we weren't quiet, that we couldn't have anyone on the conference committees. I mean, that's just mean, frankly. It's very, very mean. It's certainly not professional. It's certainly not something that I think we would ever do if we were in the majority. In fact, I know, I think there are a few people here, maybe Representative Erdahl and Davids, that have been here many, many decades, back when we did control the majorities in both bodies. And I highly doubt that during those years that we did control both bodies, of which there were many, that we never tried to shut out the minority party, the Democrat Party. And if I'm wrong, then maybe someone can correct me, but I absolutely don't think I'm wrong. But I'd be happy if someone would correct me and say, no, that you never had anyone on any of these conference committees either. So back to just starting. Yep. Thank you. Okay. I don't mind, actually. Back to the businesses and starting the business, which we talked about how difficult it is to start over. How difficult it is to start a business from a legal standpoint in the state of Minnesota. So again, it's hire an attorney, go to the Secretary of State's website, try to find a name for your business, see if it exists, see if it works, get that name, pay a fine, a fee. Pay a fee for the actual legal name, maybe pay a fee for an assumed name, then go back to your attorney, essentially, and have a meeting, have paperwork drawn up that you've had a meeting, that you have articles of incorporation, that you've had I don't know, there's several different things, your meetings. Then get a federal tax ID number and a state tax ID number. And then turn around and get an unemployment account. And then try to figure out, how you're gonna, if you're paying yourself or if you're hiring an employee, how you're possibly gonna do all this paperwork and get all these taxes right and get all these deductions right and then try to, in this case now, you're gonna have to read the legislation for, this new safe and sick time to try to figure out what that is and when it comes into effect. Then you're going to have to read the legislation on family leave, and you're going to have to figure out how that's going to work, how it'll come into effect, and when it'll happen. I think the date on that was 26, I think, but the safe and sick time is earlier. And that's hard to track again. And in this bill, you have, I think, like 30 different things that it can be used on, different reasons that you can use your safe and sick time. And that's a lot of different things. And it probably, like you said, if you would have had a business person in there, you probably on your committee or someone from this side of the aisle on your conference committee, anyone, they could have made that language a lot easier to read, just much, much, much easier. So I'm very concerned that this bill has not, because it's certainly not ready. It's not ready from a business perspective. It's certainly not, when you have every school district out there asking us to send it back, then you clearly have major problems with the bill. And it's just not right that we didn't have a Republican on this bill, that no one was named. It was just done, one-party rule, certainly not one Minnesota, unless the one Minnesota is just the one-party rule and not all of Minnesota. Maybe that is what it is. Back to, I've had different roles in my life in elected office, and I spent many years nonpartisan as a mayor and council member. I think Representative Joy talked about that. Also, where you're dealing with people from both bodies, both the Republican and the Democrat side, and you have to be able to work across the aisle, and you have to be nice to people even if you don't agree with them. And the last thing you would do is shut people out because they weren't willing to keep a debate under 4 hours, and they weren't willing to keep their mouths, shut and not drag on and on and on and on because they wanted to get their points across. But I would never have done that, and other folks would, I think, that have served as mayors and served in nonpartisan roles, we would never do that either. They would never do that. So it's just baffling to me why the majority here would do that to us. Is it because, I won't go to motives, so I'll stay away from that. But it's completely baffling why there was no professional courtesy on this bill, or I think on some other bills that are coming up where we will probably argue the exact same thing when the time comes, where we have been shut out of conference committees. And I want to just say a couple more things. People are leaving the state, and you're losing young people, and you're losing people who are productive, people who are job creators. And I understand that part of the ideas that I think is that maybe with paid family leave, maybe with all these giveaway benefits that are in the tax bill and that are in some other bills, that people will want to move to Minnesota because there'll be free stuff. And I understand that that is sort of the plan for not losing, and becoming, where nobody lives here anymore. And certainly there's no one working anymore. Or the people that are living here are only people that are looking to take things and not to be productive. And maybe that'll work. I don't know. Who knows if that's, in the end, if that's going to be, if that'll work. But I highly doubt it, because it's the people that are in the business world and the private sector who actually make the tax dollars to pay for the public sector. And in this state, apparently in the last 10 years or more, the nonprofit sector, because I've never seen in my life seen so many grants and free money being sent to the nonprofits. And clearly that is the new thing here, is the nonprofit world. So maybe that's why we're not on the conference committee. Again, I don't know why we're not there, but I would hope that that this members here on both sides of the aisle would reconsider moving forward and would send this back to the conference committee. You'll get what you want anyway, although I would hope certainly that we could maybe relook at some of these provisions, certainly relook at the PELRA issues around the schools. We should not be dictating terms and conditions of employment here from the legislature for our independent school districts. So that is my hope. And I also do want to mention that if it goes back to, okay, I'm done, thanks.
I recognize the maker of the motion, the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thanks for the good discussion. I appreciate the perspectives from our side of the aisle. I think that the case has been made to refuse to adopt because we have been closed out. We have been ignored. We heard from the very beginning that the conferees were 4 chairs and a vice chair. And none of us are chairs and none of us are vice chairs. And that the voice of the 43 some odd thousand people that we represent was not present at the table, and yet large decisions were being made. So as we, Mr. Speaker, if we could, as we move to this vote, if you would remind the body what a vote on this motion to refuse to adopt is. And I do believe, and it seems like forever ago, but I do have a roll call in place, I believe.
Representative Nash, you requested a roll call, and I did see 15 hands, so there is a roll call on your motion.
That is perfect. All my friends on this side are, yes, let's go to a vote. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage a green vote to refuse to adopt this so that we can send it back to conference committee. And maybe jettison a chair or a vice chair, or maybe expand it to 6 members or whatever, but giving you options. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, per Representative Nash's request, I will remind you that a green vote supports Representative Nash's motion that the House refuse to adopt the conference committee report on Senate file number 3035 and that the bill be returned to the conference committee. A red or no vote would vote against Representative Nash's motion that the House refuse to adopt the report of the conference committee on Senate file number 3035 and that the bill be referred to committee. The clerk will take the roll on the motion. Okay. Sean? The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and is not adopted. Members, we are now on the motion to adopt the conference committee report for Senate File 3035. I recognize the member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long.
Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call.
Representative Long requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. The clerk will take the roll on the motion. The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 61 nays, the motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, Senate File number 3035, as amended by conference.
Third reading as amended by conference. I recognize the member from
Mr. Speaker.
Itasca, Representative Igo. Representative Long.
Mr. Speaker, I request a call of the House, please.
Representative Long requests a call of the House. Are there 10 hands? Seeing 10 hands, the clerk will take the roll. Good. The clerk will close the roll. Members, before we proceed to debate on the conference committee report for Senate File 3035, I will draw members' attention, since this came up yesterday and there were questions about it, to Rule 2.02, which dictates our procedures for the call of the House. And I will draw your attention to the second paragraph of Rule 2.02. When a call is demanded, the doors of the chamber must be closed, the roll called, the absent member sent for, and no member is allowed to leave the chamber until the roll call is suspended or completed. We are now under discussion of the conference committee report for Senate File number 3035. I recognize the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, starting tonight, when we're talking about a bill like this, I guess the first thing I want to talk about was, jobs, right? Jobs really are everything. So think about that. I mean, and it's more than just jobs being whether you are, it could be any kind of work. Your job could be to work in a grocery store, work in a high-rise, work here at the Capitol. Your job could be a parent. Your job could be a friend. Your job can be anything you make it, but it's important that we have it, because what does a job give you? A job gives you purpose. And having purpose in life is so critically important to everything you do. And that's one of the greatest ways to make sure that our state and our communities and our people are all living their highest quality of life. To have that purpose, but to have that purpose, we have to have jobs. So, where I want to take this is early this morning I had a call with my local radio station. And I do it once a week to kind of give them an update for the range in the Northland about where everything's at in St. Paul. And I kind of broke it down today and said where things are really at. I said, I'm kind of holding on, trying to figure out where these conference committees are going to come out. There's this talk that we're going to finish here in less than 48 hours. I don't know what's going to happen. But what I do know is that it feels like a lot of the messaging and a lot of the conversation is very one-sided. And I didn't say it with anger or being upset with that way, but more of just disappointment in the fact that we had this huge opportunity to write a lot of good bills that work together with both sides of the aisle. And when we talk about labor, workforce, economic development, those three things shouldn't be partisan at all. So when you start paging through the bill that we have in front of us today and how it came back from conference, I just really struggled with it, because there was things in there that, and I'll talk about them in a minute, that were just so, they missed the bar. And, when I talk about this, majority versus minority, red versus blue, I like to think of my life experience when I do that, because I was raised on the Iron Range, right? And up until about 3 years ago, I was represented by Democrats my entire life. So I'm going to tell you right now that this isn't a red versus blue issue, because the issues I grew up with all happened under Democrat senators and representatives. So maybe that's my calling card tonight to this issue, that I can sit on this side of the aisle and share a lot of the same ideas of my area, and that we could have worked together on some common sense and common good things to provide jobs and opportunity to give people that purpose. So when we get into the first part of this bill, and this is where we missed the bar, the total appropriation for DEED next year is going to be $123 million, a little over that. That's a good thing, right? We like DEED. DEED does good things. But I'm going to tell you right now, if we aren't going to be doing things to make Minnesota a business-friendly state, those dollars are just going to go to waste. And this will be probably the fourth or fifth time I've talked about it, but the Huber Woods plant in Cohasset was DEED's biggest project in at least half a decade. And it fell flat on its face in less than 2 years because the state didn't support it. even though this body passed it 2 years ago. So my concern is we're going to keep pushing money into deed. They're going to be sitting there kind of treading water, if you will, trying to do the things, trying to lift up communities. Representative Wiener did a great job about talking about how important it is to have jobs in greater Minnesota communities to support not only our communities that we represent, but your communities when you come up and visit. It's so vitally important. But when I was doing some research on this, and you look at it, and I don't have the numbers for this year, which is probably because they're waiting until legislative sessions adjourn, but Forbes at the end of last year has Minnesota ranked the 33rd state, the 33rd worst state to start a small business. And that's before we're passing a lot of stuff that's in these bills that we're going to be working on these closing days of session. That should be really concerning to all of us. What are we doing to make it better for people to have that job and have that purpose? I haven't seen it yet. You know, there was a provision in this bill that I liked, but it could have been done a lot better. There's $10 million in this bill in front of us today for the Energy Transition Advisory Committee. So for those listening at home, that was a committee established to help communities across the state that are going to be transitioning away from coal-based power plants. Right? It's all due to the 2040 bill that was passed a few months ago. So the intent of the committee is great, but $10 million? $10 million doesn't even make up for the tax base in some of these facilities. I'm sorry, but when you're looking at these greater Minnesota communities that are hurting and trying to figure out how they're going to make up this tax base, that's a slap in the face. So here's a missed opportunity. Instead of just putting $10 million in here, we could have put $10 million in here. We're going to have streamlined permitting. We're going to have streamlined regulations. We're going to back up all of our state agencies so that we can find ways to attract business to the state, keep it, and provide opportunity for our citizens and our residents. But we didn't. And in fact, if you really read into the bill, you'll find a line in there for $1 million for Copal. And I was like, I think I know a little bit about this organization. I'm going to read into it a little bit. And when I was reading into it, there's mission statements and stuff, so I'm going in there and checking it out. And I realized, I came across this page, and I want to read it verbatim, and then I'm going to break it down. Copal organizes around the following proposals: policy changes that will accelerate and just an equitable transition away from fossil gas to clean energy and the creation of green jobs. Okay, I think I can see some use in that. I think the communities I represent, the range, could be a vital part to that. But now the second part of it. Minnesota tribal communities in their struggle to repeal extractive projects. Members, an extractive project is mining. And I just was so baffled that you could have two statements like that in direct contradiction of each other. I don't know how you're going to do that first part that I mentioned without mining. So then when you really start looking at this organization, the fear and the concern I have is that in this group, it looks like they do some good things. I'm not going to deny that. But when I start reading things like this doesn't look like a group that is an advocate for people. It looks like a group that's activist for people. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. We can all in this room be advocates for things. We're advocates for our districts. We're advocates for the issues that we are passionate about. But we cannot be activists for things and blinded by the one thing that we think is the divine truth. That is not how this thing works. We are supposed to be listening to each other and learning from each other. But when we stray down that road of activists, things get ugly. And when we give $1 million away to a group that's demonstrating that they have activist-type ties and aren't going to listen and aren't going to work with people and aren't going to find compromise, that is a waste of taxpayer dollars. That's not Minnesota nice. That's not Minnesota values. And obviously, I took direct offense to it because literally their mission is to stop mining on the Iron Range, to take jobs away from our people, to take away that purpose. Members, that is one problem with this bill. So I've gone over at least 3 of them now. And I think you see my point that I'm trying to connect. We could have done a lot better. We could have gotten at the root cause of how to actually grow a workforce. But we didn't do that. And we're already struggling with the migration that's happening in our state. So then what? This workforce is going to shrink and shrink and shrink? We heard from Representative Zalesnikar here about how our nursing home staff is just going away. What are we going to do? We're taking away the jobs, we're taking away people's purpose, and if you take away people's purpose, then what are they left with? Nothing. Nothing, members. It's our job as the legislature, and especially here in the Minnesota House, to do everything we can, not only for the people living here now, but the people living here in the future, to create opportunity and to give them the highest quality of life. That means making sure Minnesota is the #1 place for small businesses to start up. That means making sure we have regulations and permitting streamlined so that companies can come here and invest in the greatest workforce in the nation, in the world, if you will. So they can invest in the quality of life we have, from the cleanest water in the nation and the most beautiful and pristine forests. People that are actually nice to each other, where communities take care of each other. These are some of the reasons I love Minnesota, and I think I share that with many of the people in this room. But if we're not going to do policies to get us there, we're just going to hurt ourselves and the generations after us. So this bill today could have been a wonderful bipartisan step in the right direction. It could have been a bill to make Minnesota competitive. It could have been a bill to provide jobs. It could have been a bill to make Minnesota attractive. It could have been a bill where Minnesotans on both sides of the aisle and our independents looked up and said, wow, there is the issue we can work together on. There is a universal thread. Maybe that can grow. But it was a missed opportunity. We didn't do it. And now we're sitting here at the end of session, and, obviously we already know how the votes are. We know this bill is going to pass. And I'm going to spend the next year working up north, trying to figure out ways to utilize the services that are here, but I'm sure they're going to fall flat again. Because the people I represent keep calling me wondering, when are we going to get a break on these things? And there was bipartisan legislation moving to try and get a break on these things. I worked on it with Representative Lislegard. Wasn't included in any of these bills. So members, I'll be a no vote on this bill today. And I hope that with listening to this tonight and the work we're going to do in the future, we can come together to create more jobs, lasting jobs, sustaining jobs, family wage providing jobs that give every Minnesotan purpose.
Further discussion on the repassage of Senate File number 3035 is amended by conference. I recognize the member from Scott, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I'd like to address some of the different concerning provisions in this, but like when we addressed this before, I think we need to circle back to what is this all about. It's about workers, and from my context and what I want to talk about, I want to address the education piece. So I want to talk about our kids and what's really important for kids. And I said it before, I would say it again, that a kid's learning environment is an employee's working environment. I agree with that. I also believe that it's important that we respect every single person who serves in our schools. That includes our teachers, our paras, cooks, custodians, administrators, and school boards. And I think there's a couple important things that people need to understand before you vote on this provision. And I'd point you to line 85.34, and we're looking at the probationary period for a teacher being reduced. And for those of you that have ever worked and coached someone to get better in their craft, to come alongside them, you know that it takes time to do that. So, as a building principal, school starts in September, I want to make sure that the new teachers have a chance to get their feet under them before I come in or someone comes in and evaluates them. So we usually give them until late September, early October to figure things out, to get in a rhythm. And then we do a first round of an evaluation. Give feedback, give coaching, give them some praise, some things they're doing really well, and then a challenge to implement those things. And then we give them time to do that. They work with their mentor, and they implement those things. And then we come back in and evaluate again. And then go through that process, coaching, feedback, and give them implementation time. The problem with 90 days is that does not give that teacher enough time to adequately implement that coaching and feedback. And the simple reality, the simple truth, is that if I am not confident or an administrator is not confident that that person is able to take the feedback and apply the feedback, it's not even about being proficient, it's about applying feedback. If they're not able to do that, then they're going to be let go. And that 90-day probationary period is simply not enough time, in my opinion. And that will lead to people not being able to be developed to their potential. The next line I would point you to is 89.16 through 89.17. It's looking at staffing ratios. And then also 89.20 through 89.21. And that's the terms and conditions of employment, talking about adult to student ratios, student testing, and student personnel. You should have received a letter from MSBA, the Association of Minnesota School Administrators, AMSD, rural educators, and one's interesting that I haven't seen here is St. Paul Public Schools. I've not seen them jump on these letters, and there's a couple things that are really interesting to me. This whole terms and conditions has been branded as, we just want a seat at the table. We just want to be involved in the discussion. And quite frankly, it is a ridiculous statement that schools are not including educators in that process. But I'm going to just read a couple lines. It has been characterized as a change that does not guarantee outcomes, but rather ensures a discussion is held. It's interesting, if you go back on Education Minnesota's Facebook account, it says that, hey, we just want a discussion, but then 2 days earlier, it says that it's mandatory. So what is it? There's inconsistencies there. You go down in this letter, and like I said, St. Paul Public Schools, I've never seen that in my time. But it also talks about how all these associations, including St. Paul Public Schools, strongly oppose these provisions. And I think this is the piece that is really important to me, and quite frankly, is offensive that we're even having this conversation. Our school board members, and I said this before, I think their job is way more difficult than our job. Because when they go to the grocery store, they're the ones that are being questioned. They're the ones that are being pushed about why they cut something or why something happened. So the letter says, school board members are trusted, elected by their communities to govern the school district and work with administration to create opportunities for students to succeed. Within the financial means of the district and the community. These bills move management responsibilities to the employees. Here's an important piece. And this is something that I hear often from the teachers that I work with. The letter says, today, the school administration and school board make those decisions, and here's the important line. Here's the important line, and bear the responsibility of those decisions. Over and over, what I hear from my staff is, Ben, I don't want your job. And what they're saying is, I don't want the responsibility of the decisions that you have to make. We need to respect our locally elected officials and allow them to make the determination that is best. That provision is wrong, simply wrong. The last provision I want to point to is 91.10 through 91.16, and this is all about personal data. I would just remind you, there's not an opt-out in this. So when a new staff member is hired, their home cell phone, or their personal cell phone, their home address is shared with the bargaining unit. And if you remember and go back, you'll remember that I talked about, I was a member of admin. When I taught, I was a member of the local bargaining unit. I was a contract negotiator. But the simple truth is that there is significant distrust between Education Minnesota and members outside of the metro. Not my words, those are Education Minnesota members. Not Ben Bakeberg's words, Education Minnesota members across the district that I serve. Not the school district, but the district. Over and over I hear, Ben, admin doesn't care about us. They only care about the metro. I've heard of members being bullied into joining the union over and over again. So to say that we're going to share the personal data of people is simply ridiculous. And again, I would remind you, that's not my words. Those are Education Minnesota members' words. There's a lot of things on social media flying around about, well, the management groups are doing this and we're fighting for this. That just needs to stop. We're all in this for kids. That's what we're for. So this rhetoric that the management organizations don't want to work with Education Minnesota is ridiculous. And if we see someone from an organization that is not doing something in the best interest of kids, we need to call them on the carpet and hold them accountable. These provisions do not need to be there. They're not needed. And if a local school district isn't doing their job in that and working there, then maybe we can get new school board members. But just because there's a problem in one group, in one place, we should not be doing blanket things across Minnesota. However, that seems to be a pattern in this session. Vote no.
Further discussion on the repassage of the Conference Committee report for Senate File Number 3035. I recognize the member from
Mr.
Wright,
Speaker.
Representative O'Neill.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Long.
I move that the call of the House be lifted.
Representative Long moves that the call of the House be lifted. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion prevails and the call of the House is lifted. We are back to discussion of the repassage of the Conference Committee report for Senate File Number 3035. I recognize the member from Wright, Representative O'Neill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. What a great time to talk now that the call of the House has been lifted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have quite a few concerns about this, and I actually wanted to speak when we had the motion because, again, we have a situation where we have no Republicans at all on the conference committee. Even when I was assigned to a conference committee, I had very little input, unfortunately, in the final deal. And then I find out with this conference committee that they met on May 1st and May 2nd. And they went through some side-by-sides and some basic procedures of what you do. And they met on the 3rd, but just for a few moments. And then on the 12th, they came up with a DE. And in that DE was provisions that weren't in the House or the Senate side-by-sides at all. I know sometimes we do that, but it became very problematic, as we've talked about tonight. And it was the earned sick and safe time provision that had rulemaking in it. And why that's a problem is that you can't do that. It violates our rules. So here's my point. We've been violating rules this entire session, one rule after another after another. I have literally never spoken in the Rules Committee more in my entire 12 years here, 11 years here, as I have this session, because we've skipped committee process. We haven't had fiscal notes in fiscal committees when they were supposed to be there. And here we have another thing where we had a standalone bill that got plopped into the middle of this bill. And sure, yeah, it passed our House floor. It did not pass the Senate floor. But it had rulemaking in it, which violates our rules. So we're going so fast, we're going at supersonic speed, violating our rules left and right and left and right and left and right and left and right, and here we are again. And now it's almost 11 o'clock, and we've been talking about violation of the rules and not having Republicans on conference committees and silencing our voice. And we've been talking about this for hours. We've been talking about this for days. We've been talking about this for weeks. We've been talking about this for months. And nothing is changing. Now we have a bill in front of us. I actually asked for a copy of the bill because you know me, I like to read it all. And, we don't even have these conversations. So we have earned safe and sick time in here. But we also have on the agenda, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, who knows, about paid family leave. And you're talking about an extraordinary amount of time off of work for an employee. But if you look at the person that's employing that employee, we are now mandating this if the next bill passes, if we actually get to it, today, tomorrow, the next day, whenever it is, maybe next week, that we're stacking up so much time off. In this bill, you can stack up 16 days worth. Did you know that? Yeah, you can. So you can accumulate and roll over 80 hours, and then you can have another 48 hours of earned, which stacks up to 16 days worth of safe and sick time. You can use that 16 days, and then you can do 12 weeks off for your own sickness again through paid family leave or somebody else's sickness. We're stacking on top of stacking on top of stacking on top of stacking. I'm wondering, when are we going to have employees actually work? That's my question. When are employees actually going to work? And here's the worst part of the entire bill. If you have a little tiny business, if you're an employer, and you have one employee, this is all for you. I had dinner on Sunday with my son and my daughter-in-law and my 5 grandkids and my other daughter and son-in-law. And I asked my son, because he just became an owner of his own business. He's in construction. I said, how's the business going? You know what he said? I can't find employees to work for me. I can't find any. He's 29 years old. He's working his tail off, working in construction, and he can't find anybody interested in working. If he finally finds someone interested in working, my question is, how long and how much will they actually work? Because you know what, when you work construction, if you're not working, you're not producing, you're not making any money. That's how it works. That's how business works. And the more you produce and the faster you can get through your jobs, you can take on new work and new jobs. And yet, this bill isn't a jobs bill. This is a job killing bill. This is a business killing bill. You are going to kill small businesses all over the state of Minnesota. You know which ones are going to be hurt the most? The ones that you want to help the most. The businesses owned by people of color, people that are on the margins, people that are scrapping and just trying to make their ends meet. That's who you're hurting. That's who this bill hurts. The very people that we've been talking about all session of who are we helping? Well, you're not going to be. You're going to see small little business, micro businesses closing. If they've got 1 employee, 2 employee, 3 employee, 4 employee, they're not going to be able to make it. They're not going to be able to withstand all of the mandates and all the expense that we are piling on top of them this session. The taxes and the mandates are too much. You're going to see businesses closing. And if that's not enough, I talked to another friend of mine who I went to high school with, and he's a state trooper in a different state nearby. And he was deciding whether or not he wanted to move back to Minnesota, where he's from and his wife is from and his family is here. And he said, I'm near retirement, and I had my accountant look to see what are the taxes and fees and expenses going to be if I move from one of the Dakotas, I won't say which one, but he's in one of the Dakotas, back to Minnesota. He said it would cost him $1,000 a month, and that's even before everything's passed here. Wait until he gets his bill once we pass all of this stuff. We don't talk about this, right? We don't talk about, well, when you stack this and you stack this and you stack this, and you know what? You are crushing people. You are sending people straight out of the state. Last year alone, we had 19,400 people leave the state, net leave. And Representative Garofalo can tell you exactly how much capital and investments and money left the state. It's in the billions. I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but maybe he'll tell you. Billions of dollars have left this state, and they're not coming back. And they certainly will not come back after this session is closed and done. Not the people that are actually generating and producing and bringing wealth in, they're not going to come in. This is the worst place in the entire nation to start a business. And this doubles down on it. This absolutely doubles down on it. For 1 employee, you have to follow all of this. What are we doing? I'll be voting no, and that's not even a difficult no. This is an absolute hard no. And once you stack everything on top of it and crush all the businesses and they leave, then what are you going to be left with? You're going to have deficits. This state is going to see deficits. We're going to go from a $19 billion surplus to deficits, just like that. We're spending the whole lot of it. We're raising taxes. Oh, and let's talk about raising taxes and fees. Because, you know, I've been asking and asking and asking and asking and asking and asking, and I'm not getting my information, which is irritating to me, as you can tell. The last time I finally got a rundown of how much the House bills are raising taxes and fees, it was $5.7 billion, and we hadn't even looked at the tax bill yet. $5.7 billion of raised taxes and fees, because there's just an insatiable desire in this body to spend and spend and spend and spend, and you're spending us into oblivion. I'm voting no on this bill, and I hope everybody follows and votes no. This is not a jobs bill. This is a jobs killing bill. This is a small business killing bill.
I recognize Representative Olson.
Mr. Speaker, I'm assuming that I'm the Representative Olson that you're referring to? Yes. The one from Martin? Perfect.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, members, this jobs bill, as one would potentially call it, this one definitely needs to fail tonight. And the reason why is because the 4 chairs and the 1 vice chair who are on this conference committee completely forgot something. Well, they didn't just forget something or someone, they forgot about 2.7 million people. They completely and utterly forgot Greater Minnesota. So I'm looking through this bill, and there is a lot of money in this bill. And here's where some of it's going to. Minneapolis, more for Minneapolis. St. Paul gets some. The Metropolitan Consortium of Community gets some. Bloomington gets some. Development in the Twin Cities and outside in the 7-county metro area. They get some. Oh, here you go. Okay, I did highlight this one. I'll give it to you. The Canadian border counties. What about the Iowa border counties? Because they're just as badly hurt by what you're doing in this bill. Also, the South Dakota border counties. Those are being hurt too. The North Dakota border counties and the Wisconsin border counties. All of those counties need to be in this bill because they are being negatively affected by everything that the Democrats are doing in this bill and in this session. Members, let's continue. Ramsey County gets some more money. Ramsey County gets some more money. Minneapolis Parks and Recreation gets some money. I'm looking through this and I'm not seeing it. Oh, here you go. For the speaker, St. Cloud. St. Cloud got something. Congratulations. That's in Greater Minnesota. Representative Perryman says that's a good thing. Okay, so you're looking at this and we've forgotten the majority of Greater Minnesota. And then we look at the individuals who are on this conference committee and we see one of them's from Minneapolis. They remembered themselves in this bill. Someone's from St. Paul. They also remembered themselves in this bill. Brooklyn Park remembered themselves. Burnsville. And the Northeast is actually in this bill too. I forgot to mention that. One could say that is Greater Minnesota. One could say that that's one of the cities of the first class in Duluth there. They definitely didn't forget themselves. But one could say that all the conferees on this committee remembered themselves, remembered where they came from, but they forgot everyone else. Now, I serve on a committee that the chair, the very first day we sat in committee and the chair said this. He said, we are going to craft a bill that covers all of Minnesota. We will address all of Minnesota's needs. And that chairman did a pretty good job of covering all of Minnesota's needs. Now, I really disagree with the taxes and the raising of the fees and a lot of some of the other things that particularly I don't think is a good expenditure of funds, like a train to Duluth. But at least when the chairman said, we are going to craft a bill that remembers everyone, he ensured that he did. And that is admirable. I can disagree with some of the ways in which he remembered it, but this bill completely forgets Greater Minnesota. It completely forgets those of us who live in a rural scenario. Completely forgets about it. Now, members, this is supposed to be a bill that creates jobs in the state of Minnesota. This is a bill that is supposed to promote and advocate for the growth and development of jobs. We're going to put people to work, and we are going to prosper in the state. That is potentially the goal. At least I'm assuming. Maybe I'm breaking a rule because I'm invoking motives by telling you what this bill is supposed to do. Maybe I'm wrong. But I can assume that the jobs bill is supposed to create jobs and prosperity in this state. And members, this is doing exactly the opposite. All the mandates that you are placing on the job creators in this state are driving them away. And you tell me, you say, we want to make a state that is so inviting to workers that they all want to flood here and work. Members, you can't work if there are no jobs. So you say, oh, but Representative Olson, the one from Martin County, not the one from up there in the Northeast who remembered themselves. You say, we have record low unemployment, record low right now. Members, that has nothing to do with the fact that you're creating jobs or making it a very friendly work environment. That has to do with the scenario that we found ourselves in for the last 3 years. That is what it is from. It is not because you're creating a wonderful work environment in the state of Minnesota. You are creating a terrible job-creating scenario in this state with all the mandates that you are placing. This does more to get rid of jobs than it does to put people to work. It is a complete and utter tragedy in what is being done here. Now, I'm looking at this bill and I'm seeing I'm seeing rate increases, fee increases, mandates on job creators. But to give credit where credit is due, because I have to do that, I did see a couple places where fees were reduced. Now, if you are an amateur combatant, you can save $15 on your license renewal. Go get them. Go get them. You get to save $15 if you're an amateur combatant. Good. We're doing something at least. At least we're doing something. Now, members, let's talk a little bit about jobs in rural Minnesota, because it appears as though the individuals who forget about greater Minnesota have this concept or this idea of who we truly are. And I'm going to tell you who we truly are and some of the struggles that we endure in greater Minnesota. Did you know, members, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, did you know that in the urban areas, Minneapolis, St. Paul, the 7-county metro, did you know that 8% of individuals who live in the 7-county metro live underneath that poverty line? They fall within the poverty rate. 8% of individuals who live in the urban areas of this state are impoverished. Guess where greater Minnesota is, members? 9.1. We are more than 10% higher impoverished than you are in the metropolitan areas. But you forget. But remember, you want to be all inclusive. Remember? That's one of your mantras. We include everyone. You forgot us. You forgot that we're impoverished at a rate that is higher than you. And you forgot us. We need your help. You're in the majority. Remember us. That's all we ask. Help us out. That's all we're asking. 9.1% of Minnesotans who live in the rural areas are impoverished. Only 8% in urban areas. You've forgotten about us. You've absolutely forgotten us. Now, members, when we're talking about poverty, when we're talking about how we can create jobs, I want to point you towards one thing. There was a man, he was a representative from Pennsylvania, and he was a representative, longest serving representative in the state of Pennsylvania. He served from 1974 until his death in 2010, and he said this. He said, "The key to escape the welfare system is jobs. The key to escape the welfare system is jobs." Members, do you know who that was? That was a man named Representative John Murtha, a Democrat from Pennsylvania. He said that. He said it in a rebuttal to President Ronald Reagan's speech on poverty. That's what a Democrat representative said. The way to escape poverty and the welfare system is to create jobs. Members, may I remind you that we're spending $1 billion this biennium on housing for low-income individuals. How does paying your rent help you make more money? How does paying your rent make more jobs? This jobs bill that doesn't actually create jobs is spending a quarter of that and then pretending that you're going to use some federal funds to create jobs that no one wants to come here to create. You want tech companies to come here and manufacture chips? Good luck. You can't incentivize people enough to come here. When you're creating business, when you're creating these incentive programs like, oh, I'm gonna make a job creation reward. We're gonna award job creators with $1,000 if you create a job. You create one job, we'll give you $1,000. Why don't you just make it easier for them to make their jobs? Forget about giving them an award, a little certificate, thanks for creating a job here in Minnesota. Why don't you just make it a less hostile environment? Make it a place where people want to come and create jobs. Make it a place where you want to bring high-paying jobs, and then guess what? You'll bring in more tax money. That's what you want. Let's be real. That's all you've talked about this entire year. Well, you know why we have such a high surplus. It's because we've underinvested in our state. Yeah, to the tune of 40%. That's ridiculous, members. We need to get back on track. We got to get back to the basics, and the basics starts with a job. It doesn't start with a house. It doesn't start anywhere. The basics, actually, I got to give Representative Mueller credit. The basics is education, okay? We'll start there. Education's your basics. But next, you need a job. And we need to create jobs. This bill will not create jobs. But remember, the key to escape the welfare system is jobs. It's not paying your rent for you. It's not giving you a coupon. It's not giving an award to job creators. It's making a less hostile environment for them to create these jobs. Members, you're naive if you think that's not true. The Democrat named John Murtha from Pennsylvania knew that to be true. Do you? Because it seems like you don't. You just sit there thinking that no one would ever want to leave Minnesota, blind to the information that you're being provided. Now remember, you're talking about taxes. You all love taxes. $1.5 billion in adjusted gross income has left this state. That's income that you could have taxed, but now you can't because it left. And guess what? Next year is going to happen the same way. But you'll just keep raising it, and you're going to create this death spiral for the state of Minnesota. You're going to burn us to the ground. You're going to raise taxes so people leave. You're going to make mandates on job providers so they're going to leave. And then they're not going to pay taxes, so you're going to raise taxes so you can afford your government that has just imploded in size. And then people are going to leave. And more adjusted gross income will leave. And then less taxes will be paid. And when less taxes are paid, you have to raise taxes to afford your ballooning government that's expanding so fast, you can't hardly even handle it. And then more people are going to leave. Members, can you believe that the year I was born, this state spent $15 billion on our government? The year I was born. That wasn't a long time ago, members. For those of you who have been here, most of you are well older than me. I look old. Most of you are way older than me. And we spent $15 billion on our government 32 years ago. And now we're spending 70. So, members, if you want to drive job creators out of the state, keep doing what you're doing. If you want to receive less in tax money so you can raise taxes and drive more people out, keep doing it. Because this is what you are doing. This Minnesota Forward Fund is a joke if you think you can incentivize people enough to come here. This state is hostile to anyone who wants to prosper. But if you don't want to prosper, if you want someone to pay for your housing, this is a great place to come. This is a very welcoming place. If you don't want to work, it's very welcoming. But remember, people who don't work don't pay taxes. That's a problem that you have to deal with. And you're not, because you've forgotten us. So how about next time we don't forget about half the room? How about next time we don't forget about 2.7 million Minnesotans? This is the worst jobs bill I could ever imagine. And I can imagine a lot of really great things. So, congrats, members. Here's another humdinger for the DFL. Vote no. And remember us. At least just try to remember that half of Minnesota is actually outside of the seven counties here. We've got a lot of land. We don't have a lot of population. But we should have something, too. You should remember us just a little. Vote no on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for the opportunity to once again address you, whether you are listening or not.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Berg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to cut my remarks short for obvious reasons, which is a shame because part of them were going to be about the really good things about my colleagues from the other side of the aisle in committee, but none of them are in here. Okay. As an active rank and file union member, I am really excited
Mr. Speaker.
about what we have done for
Representative
workers in
Kosick, for what
this bill.
purpose? Representative Kosick, for what purpose do you rise?
I rise under Rule 1.24, motives. We've got members, Wiener, Perryman, Igo is not here, myself, we're on the Economic Development Committee. and I take offense at the representative's comments.
Representative Berg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm the Vice Chair of the Labor Committee, so I'll be making remarks for the labor portion of this bill. But thank you. So this bill has centered workers in every word and policy. We have invested in our working families and created a pathway for workers across Minnesota to have an opportunity for economic success, safety on the job, a harassment-free workplace. Worker safety should never be an afterthought. Workers should never have their humanity disregarded for more productivity and more profits, and an undervalued means to an end for the success of giant corporations. Workers told us what they needed, and we listened. In this bill, we have prioritized protections for meatpacking workers and warehouse workers. We have established that all workers will have earned sick and safe time. We are fiercely combating wage theft in the construction industry, which is absolutely modern-day slavery. We made changes to ensure prevailing wage on public projects that are funded by the state and pay workers a fair wage. We made changes in OSHA laws so our workers have safety on the job site. We have banned captive audience meetings to help eradicate this union-busting tactic and protect workers from harassment at work. And updated the Women's Economic Security Act addressing such issues as protection for pregnant and nursing mothers. Don't think you guys want me to expand on that one again. These are a few of the phenomenal provisions in this bill that will change the lives of workers and their families. To have called many of our frontline workers heroes during the pandemic and its aftermath, and then not pass a labor bill that keeps them safe at work, pays a living wage that creates a pathway to the middle class, helps ensure they will be free from harassment and retribution in the workplace, and that addresses economic inequities, would have been unconscionable. And so is a vote against this bill. I urge you to vote green. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on the repassage of the Conference Committee report for Senate File 3035. I recognize the member from Otter Tail, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to talk a little bit about the job killer mandates that are coming with this. You know, I called on farmers for a long time. Most of the farmers I called on were 5 employees or less. These are going to be seriously bad problems for farmers with the paid leave. We're just doing a lot of things to them that are really hard. They're in a tough environment. It's not uncommon for a farmer to work 16 hours a day. I grew up on a farm. I know what this is like. I've been in business, so I know what that first employee is like. When you hire an employee for the first time, that first employee is a lot of expense. And what you're doing with this is making it really tough to hire that first employee. It's going to be hard with sick pay and the paid leave and the other mandates that we have. It's going to be a really significant problem for them. I want to go to the bat for Representative Zalesnikar. Sorry about that. But on nursing homes, I've got 17 nursing homes or assisted livings in my area. And I've talked to them. They don't know what they're going to do. These mandates are killers for them. They're going to be in trouble. They deal with very low margins. It's hard for them to be in business. And what we're making it is a lot more difficult for that to happen. I called on a lot of my communities that have family child care centers. And these child care centers are having trouble too. And all of the regulations that we banked on all these small businesses are hurting them. You're going to hurt rural Minnesota, what's happening there. In this bill, we have about $100 million that's going to climate change. And in one of the committees I had this year, I said, how do we know we're tracking climate change? How do we know we're winning on climate change? And I didn't really get a good answer, but I think it's really important because we're spending a lot of money on making sure that we're following and we're on the right path. Last month, I was listening to a newscast, and I heard them talk about some of our history when it comes to climate change. And so it was interesting. And in the New York Times in 1969, It was that, that we're going to disappear in a cloud of blue steam in 20 years. That was in 1969. Again, we're making all these rules and for mandates that are coming for people, and here we're spending $100 million on climate change. In 1970, Boston College said we're in the new ice age. In 1970. I was around in 1970, so I know that was true. In 1972, Brown University said the future of the world is an ice age. In 1974, Columbia University said the new ice age is fast coming. In 1977, Leonard Nimoy, Spock, said, he said that we're the threat of a polar desert. That's what's coming. In the 80s, the ice age did not materialize very well, so they changed the story to the global warming, and that was an Associated Press article in the early 90s. In 2000, the Independent newspaper said children are not going to know what snow is in 2000. That's what's coming. In 2004, The Guardian said experts now show that climate change can be too cold or too hot. Can't really make up her mind. In 2006, Al Gore was the spokesman. He was our spokesman for it. He predicted that Kilimanjaro would be free of snow by the year 2016. How are we doing so far? We're doing really well with this. I had a nice conversation with Representative Kraft in our Transportation Committee, and we talked about some of these. It was a fun exchange. The North Pole, according to that, said that we'll be ice-free by 2013. How are we doing? All the predictions have been wrong, and I just wanted to know, how do we know we're meeting our plan? How do we know we're getting there? Here we've got $100 million. This is just in this bill. How do we know we're getting there? And so with that, I think the mandates are a problem. The mandates are a problem for small businesses and large businesses. I talked to a lot of businesses about paid leave, big and small. They have a lot of trouble. I've met 3 different times with superintendents in larger meetings, and they all have problem with what's happening with paid leave. So anyway, I'm voting no on this bill, and I hope you do as well. Thank you.
Further discussion to the repassage of the Conference Committee report on Senate File 3035. I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, for the conversation, the debate, and the discussion tonight. And to an extent, I think that we're actually missing a little bit of being in committee together because of the camaraderie that's found around a smaller table to discuss the ideas that should be brought forward to enhance jobs and economic prosperity, growth, and a strong labor and industry policy where all Minnesotans thrive. Workers, job creators, we work together to create an economy that can thrive. There's some clouds on the horizon as it relates to our economy right now, and this bill could have done a lot to help with certain aspects of our economy. And I'm concerned that some of the decisions that were made, in part because Republicans were left out of the room and without a voice at the table to make ideas even a little bit better, or to share an alternative opinion and perspective that enhances conversation. I read recently in a newspaper in my district, one of the leading superintendents in my district literally wrote about leadership, wrote about transparency, wrote about how to lead. And in that article in the newspaper 2 weeks ago, simply said that you should lead with transparency, that you should lead with inclusion, that you should lead in all situations taking the perspectives of the whole. But throughout our debate and discussion tonight, the voices of at least 48% of Minnesotans have been left behind. haven't been heard. And that's especially concerning when you have a bill full of mandates on job creators, whether in the public or private sphere, and the impact that will have from educational excellence to the business and regulatory environment to keeping our workers safe and enhancing our economy under the weight of an economy that is feeling the effects of inflation following too much government spending. Members, our state has a near $20 billion budget surplus, and the decisions of this body and this legislature have been truly devastating to this point in time. We've had the chance to make big investments in things like infrastructure and to enhance the way that we get around this state, the transportation bill, which we haven't passed finally off this floor, or bonding if you choose to go that route. But the truth of the matter is, found within this bill and some of the other things that we've seen this session, there's literally 1.5 or about there $1 billion worth of spending on things like nonprofits and literally buildings for politicians that could be put to work to benefit Minnesotans and job creators, could be put to work in infrastructure and those needs. Simply the jobs aspect to this bill gives $750 million to nonprofit organizations that aren't creating jobs, that aren't solving the problems with our infrastructure, and that aren't providing relief to taxpayers, and also aren't going to solve the ongoing and growing concern with our nursing homes. So the questions, the needs, they're very stark. I have to raise this point. In part because of decisions of this legislature and members of this legislature, right next door, $500 million is going to be spent on a palace for politicians. This body adopted an amendment without opposition to give final authority over the construction of that building to the local community here in St. Paul and the commission that should have jurisdiction over that, which we all adopted without a dissenting voice, had that removed and stripped in conference committee. Why? Well, maybe in part because you forgot to bring a Republican to the table. And it doesn't have to be this way. So, $500 million will be spent on a palace for politicians as this majority passes a state budget with a 43% increase in state spending at a time of record inflation, which will result in tax increases for Minnesotans across the state. A 43% increase in state spending. Fee increases, tax increases galore because of spending decisions like $500 million on a state office building renovation and $750 million going to nonprofit organizations who don't even have the economic prosperity of the state's best interest in mind. We raised one example, but I'm sure there's countless others. Handing money to activist nonprofits who work against job creation in our state is dangerous policy. exceedingly dangerous policy. And what's the benefit? What is the benefit to Minnesotans 2 years from now from investment in nonprofits that are working against the industries that exist in our state today? They're literally working against the energy sources that help you get to work every day. This is wrong. This bill doesn't strike a balance. It falls into a category of extremism, of wasteful spending, a lack of fiscal responsibility, having a heavy hand that divides employers and employees and damages the future economic prosperity and growth of our state at a time of uncertainty. And I ask you to join us in opposing this bill for the future of the state of Minnesota. Vote no.
Further discussion. I recognize the mayor from Nicollet, Representative Brand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look at the clock and we're about 30 minutes to midnight, and we're still debating the jobs bill. But in that vein of thinking tonight, I wanted to rise as the vice chair of the Workforce Committee to talk a little bit about the good that this bill has, because I think that there's been some conversations about Greater Minnesota, and I want to make sure that we're talking about Greater Minnesota, not outstate Minnesota. Folks, when people say outstate Minnesota, I automatically think North Dakota or South Dakota or Iowa or Wisconsin, but definitely not St. Peter, where I live. We live in Greater Minnesota. So be proud when you say that about Greater Minnesota. You know, I look at the bill. I have to say, as a legislator myself, I hustled this year. And we got a lot of things accomplished in this bill specifically for Greater Minnesota. I wanted to give you kind of a punch list here a little bit. How about $36.65 million in extended employment? So I want to give a shout out to MRCI. A lot of you folks have MRCI organizations within your communities. These are the folks with mental, physical disabilities. But this $36 million, which is $5 million more than the base currently had, will go to hiring more folks with disabilities and getting them skilled up into the workforce. I'm proud of that. I'm really proud of that. I'm really glad we got that to the finish line, because those folks deserve the opportunity to be employed in our job market. And let me tell you, in Greater Minnesota, in Mankato, where Luke Frederick and I represent, well, we have the lowest unemployment in the entire nation. Yes, that's right, the entire nation. Minnesota is not too far behind, but we are one of those communities where we could use people. So if you've got people to spare, please send them our way, especially if they're welders or nurses, or if they have a teaching degree. We would love to have them come down and live in Greater Mankato. And then also I wanted to talk a little bit about the $7 million for the Minnesota Initiative Foundations. Now, don't get that confused with the money that Representative Wolgamott has for Minnesota Initiative Foundations. That's a separate pot of money for Greater Minnesota. The Minnesota Initiative Foundations are not in the metro area. They're in the 80 counties that surround the 7 counties in the heart of the bullseye there. And so in the 80-county ring, those $7 million will go towards child care development grants. So we've got a child care problem, and it's quite rampant across the state. In Greater Mankato, where Luke Frederick and I represent, we have 1,000 child care slots. So if you know any daycare providers that are not doing anything in your communities, please send them our way as well, because we would love to have them in our community too. That $7 million will help get in-home daycare providers online and active in these communities. But wait, there's more. $13 million, and this is a matching fund, so technically you could say $26 million, and that's for counties and cities to have daycare centers across our state, okay? So that's adding up real fast in the total. Then also $2 million, I worked with Representative Carly Katiza-Batoon to get $2 million for Women Venture. which I think is a really valuable asset to the entire state of Minnesota. I'm glad we were able to get that as well. Then also $778,000 for the Center for Rural Policy and Development. That's Greater Minnesota. If you've ever thought of anything else, Greater Minnesota Center for Rural Policy and Development. That's a statutory research, talent, information gathering organization. We put them in statute back in the 1980s because we thought they were valuable for us to spend money, so that way all of us, no matter where we herald from, if we herald from Mankato or Marshall or Minneapolis, can know a little bit more about what's going on in Greater Minnesota. Center for Rural Policy and Development. And so each year they come out with a plethora of great information. I'll tell you, when I was a city council member, I used their website, I used their research. I thought it was really informational because it brought information to our city council that I otherwise wouldn't have been able to gather. And the nice secret about it is the legislature funded it, not the city council, so we got all that wonderful, beneficial information for free. Also, I wanted to point out real quickly that there's historic investments in this bill for the BDPI program. So you think of factories that are blackened because the lights aren't on, people aren't actively engaged in employment at those facilities, they're shuttered, whatever the case is. Maybe you've got a mall or something like that where there's just a lot of dead space. The BDPI program actually breathes life into the community to allow new development to occur. And this bill has historic investments in the BDI program, something that I'm really proud of. I will tell you that in 2020, I was happy that we were able to get the language contained in the bonding bill to allow for the matching grants for child care centers, but we could not find the money. This year, we find the money, $26 million of investment across the entire state of Minnesota for cities and counties. If they have a church or a small part of a mall or whatever the case may be, that may be an ideal space for a child care center. Those are great opportunities, folks. Adding up this total today, I think it's over $63 million and change. There's $63 million why I'm voting, or 63 million reasons rather, why I'm voting green for this bill today. Thank you. Have a great day.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we've had a long discussion on this bill today, and I think back to a few years back when Representative Lincheski chaired the Tax Committee. And for 4 hours or more that they went through tearing apart her bill from the GOP side, and she took notes on every single thing of that. And Representative Davids will remember this because when she got up to her closing speech, she went down that list and refuted every one of those for an hour and a half. I'm not going to do that. This is a great bill. This is the labor part of this bill is a great labor bill, and so everybody should vote green for it.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, the author of the bill, Representative Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It's late at night, and we have had a long conversation about what this bill doesn't do. So I'm going to tell you what this bill does. There were a lot of inaccurate statements that were echoed on the chamber, so let me set the record straight. We did our work. We have been working for 5 months. We heard bills. We heard from communities across the state of Minnesota, from border to border. We carried their stories. We crafted solutions for the problems that they brought us. We put together budget bills. We spent many, many hours. Our staff spent many hours putting spreadsheets, balancing those budget bills. So to say that we didn't do our work is an insult to us and to our staff. Let me also say that someone said we forgot about Greater Minnesota. We did not forget about Greater Minnesota. Actually, the speaker knew that I am from urban core, so she put me in a committee that has a lot of Greater Minnesota members. So there was no way for me to forget about Greater Minnesota. So we gave Greater Minnesota a lot of love. One of the things that many of the members from Greater Minnesota talked about was childcare. I had a woman who sent me an email. I cannot remember the city. It's one of the cities in greater Minnesota, a small city. She said, Madam Chair, I plead with you, I beg you, please fund childcare. She said, it's not only affordability that's a problem in greater Minnesota, it's also accessibility. And she told me this story about she has a 3-year-old, I also have a 3-year-old daughter. She has a 3-year-old daughter that she drives 49 miles to take her to the nearest childcare, drive back to her small town where she works 8 hours, and drive to pick her up 49 miles. That's the reality of our childcare crisis in the state of Minnesota. So when those stories were shared with us, what did we do? We funded childcare. We funded childcare in greater Minnesota. We put incentives to open childcare in greater Minnesota. I said I'm not going to do long speeches, but I really love this bill, so bear with me, because I really want to tell you what this bill does, because you have been hearing what this bill doesn't do. I have a 3-year-old daughter that I take to childcare every single morning. I spend as much as my mortgage to pay for childcare. And that is the reality of our childcare crisis in the state of Minnesota. I also represent a district that is an urban core that also have a lot of small businesses. I represent Lake Street. Lake Street is a long line from uptown all the way to the river, all small businesses. Many of them are immigrants. They either have one employee or they don't have an employee. Everybody that works there is a family member. Many of those businesses were impacted by the civil unrest. They came to us the last 3 years, pleaded with us, begged us, gave us all their cries to rebuild Lake Street. Well, in a state that has surplus, what did we do? We are rebuilding Lake Street. We are rebuilding University Avenue. We are rebuilding West Broadway. But guess what we said? If we're doing that, we know that greater Minnesota businesses were also impacted by COVID. We're spending $15 million through the Initiative Foundation for grants for any small business in greater Minnesota. And you know that the Initiative Foundation's fund only do work in greater Minnesota and $6 million in loans. Does that mean that we forgot about greater Minnesota? Absolutely not. This is a great bill. We were intentional about equity. We were intentional about people who do not have generational wealth. We were intentional about minority communities. We have great provisions in here that talk about the emerging developers. People came to our committee and said, we want to be developers, but we don't have access to capital or connections. And that's the only way that you can break into this field. We are funding that. We're funding the Canadian border. People came to us and said there were 400,000 crossings a day before COVID, and now it's only 100,000 crossings, and not to mention how many times that border was closed. We are funding that. Representative Grassel, he's not on the floor, came to us and said that my community in the northwest angle was also impacted by the crossing of the border. We are funding that. This bill creates jobs. This bill protects workers. This bill invests in small communities in the state of Minnesota all around. This is a great bill. Vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the repassage of the Conference Committee report for Senate File 3035. Pinto. The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 61 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference and its title agreed to. Conference committee reports on House files.
Conference committee report on House File number 1370, an act relating to public safety. The report is addressed to the Honorable Melissa Hortman, Speaker of the House, the Honorable Bobby Joe Champion, President of the Senate. We, the undersigned conferees for House File number 1370, report that we've agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend it as follows. The report is signed by 2 out of the 3 members on the part of the House and 3 out of 3 members on the part of the Senate. Stephenson moves that the report of the Conference Committee on House File number 1370 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee.
I recognize the maker of the motion, the member from Anoka, Representative Stephenson, to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the deepfake bill and only the deepfake bill. Third time's the charm. I ask for your support.
Is there any discussion on the Conference Committee report? I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Stephenson, question for you. I think some of us earlier had some elections questions relative to the application of deepfakes as it related to lit pieces and so on. And because, as we've heard, sometimes legislative intent matters, would you mind if he would yield to a question? Give us
Representative
your...
Stephenson, will you yield to a question? He will yield, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Stephenson, can you maybe illuminate or address some of the issues? I think Representative New Brindley had a couple of questions. I had some in Ways and Means and elsewhere about some of the election implications of deep fakery.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Stephenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Nash. The bill is unchanged in this regard from how it passed off the House floor. You might recall that there was an amendment offered that did not pass, was not adopted, so does have the same application that it had off the House floor with regard, and in committee with regard to elections, but meaning it does apply to still images as well as recordings, if that's what your question is getting at.
Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to see that the other language was indeed stripped out. I think that this is a better bill than when it went back to conference, and I appreciate that happened because that was, I think, some fairly misguided stuff and wasn't ready. But I think there are some other members that have questions. So at this time, in the deference of time, and if the majority leader would like me to make a motion to meet past midnight, I can do that while I'm up on the floor if he would so like. Okay, I'll let him handle that. Thank you.
Are there any other members seeking recognition on discussion of the Conference Committee report for House File 1370? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House File 1370, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, House File number 1370, as amended by conference.
Third reading as amended by conference. Discussion to the bill as amended by conference. I recognize the member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have any behind-the-scenes info on how we ended up getting this bill back in its original form, but I'm certainly glad we did so that I can once again vote for it after voting against it. So, thank you.
Discussion on repassage of the Conference Committee report for House File 1370. I recognize the member from LeSueur, Representative Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted a clarification if I could. I thought 3 of us signed that Conference Committee report. I believe I did. But at any rate, echo the words that Representative Hudson just said. Much better bill. I appreciate the fact that I believe we all 3 signed that. Representative Stephenson, Representative Bonner, and I And it's a much better bill without the age-appropriate design code in there. So I look for a green vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I was wondering if Representative Stephenson will yield for a question.
I'm sorry, Representative Niska, would you please repeat that?
If Chair Stephenson will yield to a question.
Chair Stephenson will yield to a question. Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Stephenson, if I'm remembering right, there was an exception for satire and parody in a previous version of the bill that is no longer there, and I was wondering if you could address why that is. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Stephenson.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Niska, that language that you're referring to was added by the Senate to the sections related to pornography, and the conference committee did not adopt those exceptions in the pornography because we did not think that there was any reason to do so with regard to parody or satire for the pornography sections.
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Representative Stephenson. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Anoka, Representative Stephenson.
Please vote yes.
The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 133 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is repassed. 131 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference and its title agreed to. Motions and resolutions. There are copies of the non-controversial motions at the House desk and online. If there is no objection, we will take action on these motions first. Hearing no objection, the motions prevail. Announcements. I recognize the member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long.
Mr. Speaker, I want to announce that we Democrats will be caucusing at 10 a.m. tomorrow before a session, which we plan to convene at 11 a.m.
Are there any further announcements? I recognize the member from Stearns, the Minority Leader, Representative Damath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Republican members, we will caucus tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. here at our Capitol caucus room.
Representative Long.
Mr. Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 11 a.m. Wednesday, May 17th, 2023.
Representative Long moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 11 a.m. Wednesday, May 17th, 2023. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Representative Long.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Long moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. Wednesday, May 17th, 2023.